Vibb. Rant. Harriers. Loft. In. Spring. Breeze. Eloisia Harriers korkealla kevättuulen. Mikä vittu on Harriers? What the fuck is a kilometer? Google, kerro meille mikä on Harrier. Se on hävittäjä. Lentokonemalli. Harrier. Suohaukka. Petolintu. Jäniskoira. Hyökkäilijä ahdistelija. Mitä vittu on suohaukka? Miltä se näyttää? Ihan haukalta se kyllä näyttää. I don't know. Mä kirjoitan tohon nyt suohaukkoja. Nyt tossa on mitään järkeä, mutta eihän edes Genshin otsikoissa ikinä ole. That does make sense, though. Eloisia suohaukkoja korkealla kevättuulen. It makes sense. Ehkä se tarkoittaa sitä. Mitä se sanoo tuossa questissa? The Orioles bask in spring, the heavens present auspices. Se on kyllä ton partikkeli. I don't know. Ei sillä ole niin väliä. Chiching ja Charlotte!
Ka-ching and Charlotte! I never thought she'd see you two together.
Vai niin?
Nice to see you again, Traveler and Paimon.
Hello, woman I do not care about.
We're not interrupting anything, are we?
Not at all. I wasn't in the middle of an interview or anything. I was just asking Miss Kuching about purchasing a kite.
A kite? Are you buying some regional
kite?
special
Are you buying a
tickets
kite?
to Fontaine?
Well, yes. And...
It seems you haven't heard yet. The theme of this year's Lantern Rite is kites.
Vai niin?
Oh, so that's why Paimon has seen so many floating in the sky.
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only
No,
fitting
it's
that
not.
Lantern Rite
Se on ollut
should
sama
be
siitä lähtien, kun tää peli on julkaistu.
The Qixing believes it would benefit Liyue to build on our own cultural foundation by embracing the technologies of other nations. After all,
So you have no
the
cultural
stones of
foundation.
Another mountain may serve to better polish one's own jade.
Mitä? I don't
remember
know.
my business meeting with Tianquan Ningguang the last time I was in Liyue Harbor? That's what it was about. But all I really did was use my network to introduce Lady Ningguang to some interesting people. I'm not sure that quite counts as fostering cooperation.
In the end, we decided to combine Liyue's traditional art of kite making with Fontaine's mechanical vertical lifting device.
Hissi.
Mechanical lifting device? Sounds pretty impressive. But don't kites just use the wind to fly? Why would you need to add something mechanical?
Well, you've actually just answered your own question, Paimon. How high and far a kite can fly depends as much on the weather conditions as on the skill of the person holding the string.
But as soon as there's no wind, you can only flail about helplessly like a sweet flower medaka out of water. Experience doesn't matter at that point.
Exactly. Liyue is now a nation ruled by humans after all. It's about time we had the power
It's
to make
about
a
damn
kite
time.
fly, don't you think? Plus, the easier we can make it to enjoy, the more people will want to participate.
That's not a bad idea, Sam says.
Right? I also thought it was a novel idea. Plus, it shouldn't cost much to do.
With Miss Charlotte's help, everything has gone smoothly. Our new mechanical kites are already available to purchase from a stall in the harbor. We're having trouble keeping up with demand. We also gave quite a bit of thought to the price. We didn't want it to be too much more expensive than a traditional kite.
Genshin jalat näyttää niin tyhmät, kun sen nilkat on niin pienet.
With toys just as much as Paimon.
Toys? They're not exactly
Ne on
toys.
leijoja, Paimon.
You see, Miss Kuching? That does seem to be everyone's first reaction.
Although kites are one of our most time-honored cultural relics, outside of their use in certain ceremonies, I suppose they're considered playthings more than anything now. But to me, there's so much more than that. Think for a second about how remarkable it is that a flimsy paper kite attached to a string has the capacity to touch the sky. It is this light piece of paper that also carries the weight of Liyue's cultural traditions. There's an old poem that goes, "O kite born of paper, flying true in sound, a lone traveler wanders,
Traveler!
waiting to be found."
She talking about me? What? Jääkö sulla lause kesken? Bitch! Pitääkö mun ottaa kauankin, että sä jatkat vai? Just waiting to be found, send them love, send them words, send them homeward bound.
In the past, poets from Liyue used kites to symbolize a feeling of longing, or evoke the peacefulness of idyllic rural scenery. If the people of today can derive enjoyment from this activity, they will not only be more likely to better appreciate the tradition, but also to pass it down to the people of tomorrow.
That's the Kuching we know, always thinking 5 steps ahead of anyone else.
5 head.
Well said, Miss Kuching. I've learned quite a bit myself.
As long as you're willing to listen, I'm happy to share. I also know quite a lot about the various folk traditions related to kites. For example, whenever a kite blew away, people would say it was the Adepti that summoned the wind to take it away as an offering.
Aha.
That way, you can turn an unfortunate event into an auspicious
Especially
one.
when it considers
What
children.
about something more fun? Do you know anything like that?
Leijoille jättäminen on hauskaa vai?
Let me think.
Paimon, you son of a bitch.
I suppose we should first talk about how kites are made. It's another one of our precious forms of tradition.
I do not fucking care!
Grandfather told me that back when he was a boy, children learned the art of kite making step by step from their elders. First, you use the thin strips of bamboo to construct the frame. Then, you draw a design of your choice on a piece of paper, paste it onto the frame, and draw on the string. Then, you lift up the sky and release the kite to soar among the clouds. Some people write down certain meanings or desires on their kites. Cut the string and let them fly
No niin,
free.
enough of TikTok.
Others may place particular thoughts or meaning into the design itself.
Are certain designs associated with certain meanings? I'm gonna jot all of this down.
Well, for example, kites in the shape of a butterfly typically symbolize freedom, happiness, or the desire to break free.
Fascinating. What else can you tell me?
The scissor-tailed swallow is the most classic design. It symbolizes good fortune and joyful tidings. Different colors also have small variations in meaning.
Are these commonly understood meanings and symbols in Liyue? Kind of like the language of flowers in Fontaine.
I believe so. Most have probably heard something about it from their elders at some point. If you're interested, Miss Charlotte, I have several books on the topic that I could lend
Adepteita.
you. They could be a useful reference.
That would be a huge help! Great! Looks like I've got the outline for quite the article on
Tässä
my
Paimon taas
hands.
miettii. Hope it goes well.
Perfect! We're gonna take a look around.
Anyway, we're leaving.
Then I'll show Miss Charlotte to my home for a little while. I almost forgot. The Ministry of Civil Affairs is hosting a kite flying contest on the night of Lantern Rite. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to bring a kite and participate.
Hell
The
yeah.
rules are simple. Whoever flies their kite the highest and furthest within the time limit will receive
Paimon,
a special honor along
on
with
aika
a
ryhtyä
silver
leijaksi.
prize.
I've already prepared more than enough empty film for the event. I can see the spectacle already.
Se palkinto paree olla Ningguangin kanssa. We'll be there. We got it in the bag.
Maybe tone it down a bit, traveler. What if we don't?
Turppakee vitu vihaaja! Mä en tarvii tollasia losereita mun tiimiin. Lähde pois.
Better to keep a low profile until the competition starts. Then we'll give them a show they never saw.
As if I'm not the protagonist of this goddamn game.
Then I'll look forward to seeing your performance.
Vitun paimon.
See you then. Wait, traveler? Take a peek to your right.
Bombastic side-eye.
Lurking over there?
Yeah, I see him.
Is it just Paimon? Or were they staring at us the whole time we were talking to Kuching and Charlotte just now? They seem fishy.
No, they don't. The cheesing do attract a lot of attention. I agree.
Huh. Well, yes.
But actually, no.
Something's up. Paimon just has a bad feeling.
Don't.
Do you think they could be treasure hoarders?
Mm-mm.
They always seem to be stirring up trouble during Lantern Rite. Oh, Paimon's sick of waiting around for something bad to happen. We should strike first, you know. Foil their plans before they even begin.
Yes,
You
jump
go
to
right,
conclusions.
Paimon will go left.
Wait, Paimon. Wow. Se siihen paikkaan, Criminal Scum. No niin, Paimon. Tapanne. Ho. Luketteko noin kahvi? Doggy.
It is with such an air of urgency that you
Sekä
appear
sääni.
before us. Your comportment suggests you believe us to have committed some heinous crime. Perhaps you could enlighten us as to your intentions.
Paimon, kerron niille, että sä
Whoa, where did
epäilet
this
niitä.
buddy daddy come from?
Daddy.
You should be the one doing the enlightening, buddy. Don't think we didn't notice you eavesdropping. One look and we could tell you were up to no good. Tell us everything, starting with your name.
One bears no secrets before two such as yourselves. You stand in the presence of the mighty and illuminated Adeptus, Mooncarver. For the purpose of this foray into the mortal
Hojong.
realm, however, you may address one as Hojong.
Hojong.
You kidding? That deer's got his head stuck so far up in the clouds. There's no way he'd humble himself down here with the rest of us.
You may want to hold your tongue, Paimon.
Don't think that Paimon is gonna believe you just because you know her name. Let Paimon guess. You're supposed to be Mountain Shaper, right?
Indeed. Mooncarver
Geo.
and myself have descended upon the mortal realm for a visit. The two of you may call me Jiahu.
Huh. Looks like you did your research. But in our experience, the harder you try to lead us on, the more likely it is that we've got a big fish on our
Big
hands.
fish.
We'll go straight to the Millilith and have you arrested for impersonating a death guy.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
If you really are who you claim to be, perhaps you can prove it.
Right. Tell us something that only an Adeptus would know. And it better not be some common knowledge that any person on the street could tell you.
During the last Lantern Rite, we gathered at Mount Hulao with Rex Lapis and made use of Cloud Retainer's supreme cuisine machine to prepare bamboo shoot soup. Perhaps you have some recollection?
I don't,
Flavor of
but
that
I
soup
believe you.
was more than enough to whet one's appetite. As such, Cloud Retainer assented to my use of the device beyond that singular occasion, providing other recipes to boot. Since then, one has dabbled in the pleasures of the culinary arts whenever time allows.
Dabbled? Upon one's last sojourn to your mountain, did you not immediately attempt to hide the device behind a chunk of amber as soon as one's presence was known?
Did one not speak up on your behalf but a moment ago? This is how you choose to repay that kindness?
One is simply trying to emphasize the veracity of our claim.
That does not mean you should reveal personal matters so readily. They might think one bears no difference from Cloud Retainer. Forget it. One does not have the breath to waste on such petty trifles.
I suppose they really are the Adepti.
That That might have been more detail than we needed. Seems like you two are the real deal, and Paimon sorry for suspecting you. But, for beings as forgiving as yourselves, this is just water under the bridge, right?
Take it as a compliment to the quality of your disguise. Few people will be able to see through it.
You indeed have an agile mind. Cloud Retainer was not mistaken in her high estimation of you.
Paimon's still curious about something. It's just
En sano ikinä tietää, ellei Paimon olisi ollut suske.
I can understand why Mountain Shaper is here, but why did you decide to come to the city, Mooncarver? It's not really your thing, is it?
Let him have fun. He can change his ways.
It is but an inevitable eventuality. Long have the mountains remained strangely idle since Cloud Retainer's move to Liyue Harbor. With Lantern Rite near at hand, one would expect Cloud Retainer to provide us with an account of the festivities in advance. Yet to this day, she has failed to appear.
Cloud Retainer is hardly the forgetful sort.
One must never
Ehkä
rest
sillä on
idle
jotain
in the
tekemistä.
face of that which demands action. And since our acquaintances dwell in Liyue Harbor, we had to travel here in human form to avail ourselves of their aid. Cloud Retainers in this case.
But a moment ago, one heard you speak of a mechanical kite of sorts. It appears the essence of the situation has hitherto revealed itself.
Hitherto.
Now it is time for one to retire back to one's abode.
Häh?
So, you're not looking for Cloud Retainer anymore?
Perhaps there are aspects of Cloud Retainer's temperament that remain opaque to young Paimon. Given one's understanding, one can only imagine the anger that now consumes her.
Cloud Retainer is of a proud and arrogant disposition. She holds the belief that her skill in mechanics surpasses that of all others. One can be quite certain it is hardly with an open mind that she regards the arrival of this new technology.
One surmises that she has shut herself away, refused all company, and buried herself in the study of her own creations.
Entäs
To
se
call on her
vitun
would
lapsi?
invite her rebuke. However, if you do happen to cross paths with her over the next few days, do pass along one's regards.
Sure, leave it to us. Have a safe trip back, enjoy the scenery, and happy Lantern Rite!
Thank you for your kind words. We shall now depart.
We got all worked up for nothing, huh? All that trouble and it turned out to be people we knew all along. Well, it's still pretty early. Let's head over and check out the kite stalls. Paimon wants to see what kinds of kites we can buy to use in the competition. The bigger and prettier, the better.
Lapsi. Chang chang. Hello, ma'am. I would want one kite. One kite.
Welcome. Are the two of
fuck?
you looking to buy a kite? Would you like
Yes.
me to go over the different designs?
No thanks, I'll just look at them. And Vittu! Mä haluan lohikäärmeen.
This jade chamber design is
Ew.
our newest. It's been selling like crazy over the past
Disgust.
2 days.
Take it away.
Does it also
Take it
have
out of my
any
sight.
meaning?
Of course. The jade chamber symbolizes wealth and abundance. The kite bearing its design is said to bring riches in the future to those who fly it.
I don't need it, Paimon, shut up.
Oh, now that's Paimon's type.
Paimon, I'm literally filthy rich. What do you mean?
Apologize for the interruption, but are all your wares in order, Miss Genuine?
Yes, they're just over there. The paper, bamboo, and dyes. All the necessary kite-making materials.
Wonderful. I'll pack them up and get a guard to deliver the goods to Yilong Wharf for you.
Yellow.
Yilong Wharf? Oh,
Yellow.
I wonder what that place is like during Lantern Rite. Paimon would love to go take a look.
What the fuck is even that?
Well, if the two of you are interested in going to Yilong Wharf, then could I trouble you to find Gaming and deliver these goods to
Gaming?
Is Gaming the guard you just mentioned?
Yes. The communications office handles shipments and transports around Liyue. He works for the Secure Transport Agency, one of our sub-organizations. The problem is, many of my colleagues have taken leave during Lantern Rite to spend time with their families. So our available workforce has seen a dramatic decrease recently.
Well, maybe
You
everyone
might
should
help
go
out,
take a
and
vacation.
I could get a head start on my next appointment.
You do seem really pressed for time.
We'll help. We expect to be compensated.
Oh, wonderful. You will, of course, be compensated for your efforts. Now, at this time of day, Gaming should
This
be
time
somewhere
of
in the
night.
vicinity. Just follow the main road until you see the head of a Wusho dance costume.
Wusho.
It'll be on your right.
Be sure to come back if you'd like to buy a kite. I'll even give you a discount.
Oho, sä haluat meidät oikeasti takas noin kovasti. Sinä senkin myyjätär. Siellä on gaming.
Wait, I thought we had an agreement. Loser buys dim sum tomorrow? Look at you. Scowl like that for much longer and your face might stay that way. Hey now, don't be upset.
Hey now.
How about this? You extend the invitation and I'll pay.
No way, Gaming. You're
Give it
always the
hooked.
one picking up the tab. I'm not trying to be a sore loser. I just didn't expect you to come from behind to win like that.
Hän tuli
That was
takakautta.
nothing. All in a day's work, friend.
Perfect. Gaming is here.
How do you know that's gaming?
Sorry to interrupt, Gaming. We just spoke to a guy from the communications office who needs you to deliver some goods to Yulong Wharf.
Oh, that must have been Longjo. Looks like I've
Longjo.
got a break. Gotta go.
Sure, go do your thing.
Hänellä on kiva ääni.
Let's have a rematch when you get back.
Vittu tuolla
I
on.
won't let you win so easily next time.
Oh.
Alrighty, you can hand the goods over to me. Must have been heavy hauling them all this way. Let me take them off your hands.
Joku 50 metriä.
It wasn't that bad. It's just some kite-making materials. Plus, we didn't have to walk very far.
Kite making materials. I see, I see.
Yes, yes.
I'm glad it wasn't too much trouble, Paimon. Still, I owe you one. Ah, and you must be the traveler. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for your help.
Huh? You know us?
There probably aren't many in Liyue who don't. I've heard quite a bit about you two. You're quite well known around these parts.
Mhm.
Oh, and please excuse Longjo if he forgot to thank you. Take my thanks in his place. He's a good guy. He's just been super busy lately, running around from place to place. Don't be too hard on him, yeah?
Why you think I'm fucking hating me? Mitä helvet? No worries, no thanks necessary. Mitä vittu ihan
So,
oikeesti?
you here for Lantern, right?
Yep. It's always so lively this time of year. We were actually hoping we could tag along to Yulong Wharf and have a look around.
Perfect. We'll go together then. I'm good with directions, so just follow me. Trust me, I know my way around. We can exchange stories, tell jokes, or just chat along the way. Oh,
Just
and
chatting.
There are a couple of good places to eat along our route. We can stop and grab a bite when it's time.
Nyt sä puhut paudikieltä!
The ingredients are fresh, the portions are generous, and the prices won't break the bank. You can order anything, and I promise you won't be disappointed.
Order anything?
Paimon seems to be drooling already.
Hey, did you really have to call Paimon out like that in front of our new friend?
Yes.
Don't worry, I understand. I joke around like that with my friends too.
Ei
It just
joo.
shows how close you are.
Me ollaan tosi läheisin gamingin kanssa.
Pack anything up.
Meillä on kuin parhaat ystävät, melkein kuin veljiä. Ja kuolisin gamingin puolesta ja se kuolisi mun puolesta.
Pretty much travel
100%.
at this point.
Oh, that's right. Then let's get going. If we run into any trouble, you can count on me to protect you.
Bitch, please, as if I need your help! Minä olen tappanut lohikäärmeitä ja taistellut suuria hirviöitä vastaan ja jumalia vastaan ja joka ikistä vitun hirviötä vastaan, mitä maailmasta löytyy. Ja tulee löytymään. Shangling. Ja Gooba. Vähän söpö Gooba ja toi Jojo. Ei kun toi on Jojo. Mikä vittu ton mieleksi nimen, en mä muista. Oliko siinä ykkönen vai? Queen. Paper shadows of foraging. Zeb. On the bustling streets of Liyue Harbor, you and Vaimon are drawn to a painter making paper cutouts used by two familiar silhouettes among the items she's preparing. Tää on vittu. I don't know.
I really want to go traveling.
Shut up. Festive affairs. Okei, tää on länttärän raitti. Ja tää on tää raitti. Just woo show dance! Gaming and other friend practicing the woo show dance together. Okay. Not yet. Okay. Nu ska vi gå tänne asti. Ja tää on tää uusi kylä.
Ooh, the docks are just a bit further. One step at a time. Hang in there.
I am gaming.
Wait, get behind me. I'll handle this.
Oi vittu! Roar.
Stabilize.
Into the wind.
Come here, boys.
This one's got your name on it.
Off with you.
Still alive? No, he's not.
One with nature.
This one's got your name on it.
Have a little taste.
Hey there. Cha.
Finally, I died.
Seems like we really can't go anywhere without running into treasure hoarders, can we?
Of course not.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for deliveries to get intercepted. That's why this job needs guards like us.
Paimon was impressed by your moves back there. You seem like a real pro at your job.
Oh, that's not a skill I learned on the job. It's just a hobby.
Aha.
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
I've heard about it somewhere. I don't think so.
Really? Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale.
Okay.
Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season. But I must admit, it has nothing on the popularity of the Liyue Opera. I'm also well aware that people in Liyue Harbor aren't exactly jumping at the chance to watch wushu dancing. So, it's not something I do full-time.
Huh? You have 2 jobs?
Are you that
The
broke?
energy to do all that.
It's not that tiring. You just have to take a rest.
Aha.
Paimon gets it, so you must sleep a lot then.
Not really. Just yesterday, I stayed up all night playing cards.
Oh,
That's our gaming boy.
Let's go. The docks are just up ahead.
No niin, mies vieppäs meidät joen yli. Gaming was forward and exchanges a few words with a boatman near the docks. The next thing you know, he's called for everyone to board a bamboo raft. Bird.
finally we can rest. Ooh, Paimon's shoulders are so stiff. And her stomach so empty.
Grab a snack.
Sorry. Did I push the pace a bit too much? I mean, you were the ones who said you were travel experts.
Liu is just too hilly. Floating up and down so much. Where's Paimon now? Oh, Paimon was finally satisfied and now her poor stomach's empty again.
Aw. Would you like some winter melon cake? I have some on me that I bought from a store.
Yes, Paimon will take all you got.
Paimon, please.
You might want to pace yourself there, or you'll be too full to eat a proper meal later.
Paimon never gets too full. Just like you apparently never get tired, no matter how far you walk or how many jobs you work.
Ah, I see. Then here you go, Paimon. And for you, traveler. Enjoy. And here's some for you too, Uncle Bosu. Don't think I
Bosu.
forgot about you, my friend. I'll just set it to the side here for you.
Gaming seems like a real people person. He can get along with anyone, and he treats every person he meets like a close friend.
That hit the spot. Paimon thought she was going to starve to death for a minute there.
That close of a call, huh? I've been eating wintermelon cake ever since I was a kid. You can buy them from all sorts of places. Whether it's a
Sä oot yli
small vendor
16.
on the side of the road or a big restaurant in the city. But each place produces cakes with a slightly different flavor. If you like these ones, I can give you the address of the shop I bought them from. I'll just have to check when we get back. All my jabbering must be making it difficult for you to enjoy the scenery in peace, huh? Don't be afraid to tell me to zip it for a little while, okay? Really, I won't be offended.
It's okay. Paimon is kind of enjoying listening to your chitter-chatter.
On se parempi kuin Paimanin chippi-chappi. Nyt on jäppingi Paimon.
A fed Paimon is a happy Paimon, huh?
Hey, Paimon can be in a good mood anytime she wants.
I just choose not to be. Lose yourself in the beauty of the surrounding scenery.
Woohoo! We're here!
Don't forget your things and watch your step as you get off the raft, or you're in for a swim.
Paimon lentää.
Thanks for the ride, Uncle Bossu. You
Bossu.
take care of yourself now. I'll see you some other time.
Possu.
Okay, follow me. This way is fastest. We'll have to take the elevator up to the secure transport agency.
Voi vittu. What is this? Hello? Oh! Let's go up. Helicopter. Täydellinen timinki.
Hey! Slow down. I'm begging ya.
No vittu, anteeksi.
What is it? No one's gonna try any funny business when the street is this packed, right?
No monkey business.
Well, how should I put it?
Come on, spit it out!
Lastunaama.
Do you see that group of people over there? Those are my relatives.
Okay.
Wow, you sure have a big family.
Once they start buying things, they won't stop perusing till it gets dark. This is bad.
What do you mean?
They're your family, not your arch enemies. What's there to be afraid of? Unless... Oh, did you do something horrible to them?
No, it's not that.
Why would he ever? He's a good boy.
I'm just not that good at dealing with my family. It would be best if we could steer clear of them.
What do you mean?
I'll explain more when we have the chance, but right now, we've got a job to do.
Then we'll just have to sneak past him. Meitä hankkia sulle valeasu. Paimon sakset.
Looks pretty packed. Let's go straight.
I'm...
Slow and steady wins the race.
Söpöä jalutusta gaming. Söpöä jalutusta. Hey grandparents! Stand on data and loves gaming whose nuts didn't spend the gaming last night, whole night.
Let's wait here for a second.
Gaming aunt. Yo, gaming. Mitä menee jo? Mikä toi on? What's that on your ass, boy?
Turn left. Run! Stick close, traveler.
Okay.
To the right and...
To the right. Ah!
Wow, you guys are good. I'm impressed.
Bitch, please.
That was nothing. It was a piece of cake. Oh, Winter
That
really
wasn't even a piece
liked
of
it,
cake, it was a
huh?
piece of nothing.
You really liked it, huh? Ooh, you know what? I'll buy you a whole bunch and pile them so high you could swim in them.
As long as you don't wind up drowning, Paimon.
Morumis.
Hey, Uncle Jirgwe. These are my friends, the Traveler and Paimon. They came to deliver some goods with me.
So you are tied with your uncle, but not everyone else?
So I guess I'll go ahead and take these over to Uncle Yongzan then?
Yes, thanks for your hard work. I should thank you both for your trouble as well. Please take a seat and rest for a bit. I'll prepare some tea.
Bonkers.
We'll be off soon anyway.
Paimon, shut up, I want tea.
Hey, we're already here, aren't we? No harm in taking a load off for a bit. Plus, I know the Secure Transport Agency has some great Songhua tea stashed around here somewhere. I promise you, one sip and you'll be hooked. Anyway, you
Onko siinä
just sit
huumeita?
down and relax, Uncle Jirgwe. Who would I be if I just sat here and let you go through all this trouble? Leave this to me. I have to be up and about to drop these goods off anyway. What's a little extra time on my feet? Oh, you aren't too picky, right, Traveler?
Nope.
I know Paimon prefers things on the sweeter side, so I won't steep the tea too long. And I'll add some dim sum pastries on the side.
Aw, you noticed what Paimon likes?
That's her boy.
How long have you two known Gaming?
2 minuuttia.
Oh, not long at all. We just kind of tagged along on his trip to Yulong Wharf.
Varokaista poikaa. Se on vaarallinen.
We became friends. You know, just like that.
Meistä tulee kavereita
That's just
kaikkien
how
kanssa,
he is.
just like
He's
that.
the attentive sort. Really knows how to look after his own. A while ago, one of our guards had to take off work. Said his joints were hurting due to the rain. Gaming personally went all the way to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get some medicine for him from Dr. Baiju.
Damn.
And traveled through the night to deliver it back to him.
Aikamoista.
That young man has such a good head on his shoulders. How can anyone not love him? I mean, there is his dad, but,
Oh.
well, ask anyone else.
Uncle Yongzan says
Mikä
he
siellä on
doesn't
sen
have the
faijan kanssa?
personnel to spare for this delivery right now. So what do you think, Uncle Jirgwe? Should I go ahead and deliver it instead?
Feels like we've troubled you enough already.
It's kite-making materials, though. Could be for a kid. I'm sure the sender wants it delivered before Lantern Night.
Onko se maksanut siitä?
Oh, by the way, here, have some tea.
All right, then. Deliver it if you want to.
Deliver us!
Ooh, are you free in 2 days?
Ooh.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat, and don't even think about trying to pay.
Yes, sir!
Whoa, that's way too generous of you.
Don't mention it.
Hän on
Just
rikas
think
ja
of this as a
mukava.
thank you for all your help. Besides, the thing between me and my family, it's a long story. It might take some time to tell.
Ei mulla muutakaan tekemistä.
Paimon never says no to free food.
See you at Shinya Kiosk then.
All right, then I'm off. See you in 2 days.
Bye.
Oh, and Paimon, make sure not to eat too much before then. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Is he underestimating Paimon? She's just gonna have to show him how much she can really eat.
Paimon, please.
Anyway, is Gaming's family situation really that complicated?
Yes, it is. It's horrible.
He has such a happy-go-lucky personality. Plus, he's an enthusiastic and diligent worker. It's hard to imagine a guy like that being troubled by much.
How should I put it?
Ihan niin kuin se olisi ihminen.
Since he already plans to tell you himself, you don't need an old man like me to add my 2 cents. You seem to be around the same age, so you might have a lot in common.
Mä oon varmaan joku 1000-vuotias in real life.
Consider it a favor to me.
Tai no, 17 minä olin, kun tää peli alkoi, I guess, mutta... I'll try.
If you have the time, maybe you can make a little flag for us to wave about. It can say,
What?
we provide aid in spades. Couldn't hurt to advertise our services, right?
Well, I can certainly arrange that. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Wait,
Subdam.
Paimon was just joking. But if you're going to get us something, she'd much rather have wintermelon cake instead.
Seems like Gaming really has rubbed off on you.
He's
Would
a
you like
sweet
some
baby
more
boy.
tea? I think there's some left.
Pistä se kuppiin, mä otan sen mukaan.
This way and still haven't gotten a chance to look around the wharf.
Ihan samanlainen kaikki muutkin kinuskikylät.
Maybe they'll have ones you can't find in Liyue Harbor.
That's not a bad idea.
All right then.
Vittu, mikä vartio.
Please do let me know if you'd like more tea. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
I need you to stay, hey, hey. No niin, Chikui.
Gaming is a good kid.
Yes,
I
he is.
just wish he could reconcile with his family.
Me autamme.
You're around the same age, so he might listen to you. Please talk things through with him.
En tiedä, miten meidän samanikäisyytemme auttaa tähän asiaan, mutta... I'll try. Ei kiinnosta sinun juttus. People call him the cloud piercing arrow. Saatanan turhia tehtäviä, en ikinä tee, ja sitten ne vaan kasautuu tonne tehtävälistaan. Oh shit. Mami? Mä seurasin teitä.
The way you speak, one might have presumed you were displeased to be in one's presence.
Greetings, Charlatan. Greetings, Xiangyun.
Take note, Paimon. You could learn a thing or two about how to respect your elders.
Ugh, starting on the elder stuff already, huh?
Paimon.
Shouldn't you be back in your cave tinkering away at some kite-related thingamabob or something? What brings you out here? And what's with that huge box next to you?
That huge thing
You're
next to
here
you.
to do some shopping, aren't you?
And what of it? The Qixing's decision to integrate Fontanian technology into said kite-flying competition is of no consequence to oneself. Did you expect one to willfully compete against the whimsical trends of worldly sentiment, or perhaps even fall to petty sulking over such?
It's not that we think those things exactly. That's just what Mountain Shaper and Mooncarver told us. Or Tia something and Ho. Paimon can't be bothered to remember
Ho?
what their aliases were called. Anyway, they went to Liyue Harbor to look for you. They even asked us to pass along their regards if we ran into you.
Oh, huh.
Tianyun?
Did she forget about them?
It appears time has quite flown since one's arrival in Liyue Harbor. How could one have forgotten about those two old fossils?
Mitä vittu?
One shall have to bring them back some divine herbs to atone for this slight. Nay, given that one has ventured all this way to Yilong Wharf, tea would be more advisable. A great thought has illuminated one's mind once again. One is reminded that certain purchases have yet to be made. Perhaps you two could wait here whilst one performs this task. It'll be but a moment.
Miksi mun pitää odottaa tässä? Miksi mun vaan tulla mukaan?
Wait here?
Look at your
Really
ears.
just here to watch your stuff? Oh, that woman really just does whatever she wants.
Ja minä teen sen, koska minä olen simpukka. Let me go see what she's up to. I'll leave the stuff watching to you.
Hey, not you too, traveler. Oh, all this Paimon ditching is super not appreciated. Just come back soon, okay? Paimon doesn't want anyone to try and steal his stuff.
Why would anyone try? They are fucking Chinese.
We only sell teas of the finest quality, sourced directly from Chaoying Village. Might I recommend the Sunglo variety? It's one of our specialties.
Now, that sounds promising. One will bring some back for those old fossils, and all will be well. 2 boxes will do.
Tupac?
Wonderful. By the way, we're actually running a special Lantern Rite promotion. Buy 3 boxes, get 10% off. 4 boxes will net you 20% off.
So how many do I need to buy to get 100% off?
This merchant strikes a fair bargain. One might as well give some to Morax and Ping too. Then 4 shall suffice.
I see. Are you intending to give these as gifts? If so, perhaps I can interest you in these exquisite gift sets. Buy 10, get half off. Look at the
Eli mun pitäisi ostaa 20, niin mä saisin 100% pois.
Flair, don't you think? Such a gift would be sure to impress any lucky friend or family member.
10 boxes. Seems rather excessive. But But if one factors in the conqueror of demons
I'm
and
really...
his disciples...
Demons?
10. A nice round number, don't you think? Of course you
Minä
do.
miettimässä,
I'll even
pitäisikö
chip a little
pullaa
extra off the
Xiang vai ei.
That is agreeable. One will, I will have these boxed up then.
Boxed
Of
up.
course. Right away.
I'm already bricked up. Ah!
I see you have quite the eye for fine items, mademoiselle.
Aha.
Perhaps some of my wares might also be of interest to you. I'm a toy merchant from Fontaine. You'll get nothing but the finest and most intricate clockwork toys Mora can buy here. Each one sure to be a source of endless amusement.
Now hold on. Thingamabop. Delete. Okay. Ei kiinnosta lelut.
Perhaps you could enlighten me then. When should said amusement be derived?
Well, that is, of course, best understood by playing with them yourself. If you could wait just a moment, I can bring one out and give you a demonstration.
There is no need for that.
Mademoiselle.
Give me your newest and finest model, and be sure to package it securely.
Ah, of course. Here you go. The instruction manual is...
I don't need no.
Without. Thank you. Oh, many watchful eyes surround this place. If one were to be spotted purchasing a mechanical toy such as this, a child's plaything no less, it would only invite scandal.
Mitä ihmettä?
There is no harm in bringing it back to study in secret.
I should head back before Shang Yu notices. Nopeasti! Hieno transitio jäi kesken, vittu.
Oh, Xianyan, did your shopping go smoothly?
Naturally. One may not delight in social interactions, but that does not mean one lacks said faculties.
Yup. It seems like Shanyun is easily swayed into buying things. That box looks fit to burst already.
And you too? Are you not here to purchase things?
No.
We just haven't had time yet. It doesn't look like there are any kite stalls around Elong Wharf. But it does look like there are lots of goods from Fontaine.
You are also planning to participate in the kite flying competition then?
Also...
One means to say, you along with all the other youths. One has been entreated to share one's kite-making expertise, and indeed, there was little one could do about such persistent supplication. One moment energetic and earnest, and dejected the next. One had no choice but to acquiesce to these requests, and thus, one will be organizing a kite-making workshop to provide personal instruction in this art form.
Oh, who will be participating then?
Shuyu, Shenhe, Ganyu, and Yayo.
Hey, yo.
Wow, that's quite a few people. Also, this is all pretty well, Xinyun, but it's not like you have to make your own kite to participate in the competition. You can just buy one ready-made and call it a day.
Why would I ever?
You speak of those equipped with the mechanical lifting device, do you not? 'Tis nothing but a crude piece of mortal machinery. The mechanism that one has developed was the fruit of millennia of meticulous study. Let us not speak of the source of the mechanism's power, but rather its structure. It is composed of materials as light as bamboo and as strong as iron. This composition grants it the lightness of weight to ascend into the sky and the durability to follow the wind for many a mile. It is built with a series of intersecting rods that... Never mind. It is unlikely the two of you will understand, even should one expend the effort to explain. One is better off saving one's breath.
It sure seems like you want to talk about it, though.
So, will you be attending the workshop or not?
Huh? Wait, you've been trying to invite us this entire time?
Seems interesting.
All right then. No need to prepare the materials in any case. One has it all sorted. Arrive at Mount Outsong in 2 days. I shall be expecting you around midday.
Are you leaving? Don't you want a guard to help you with that big box of yours?
Surely you jest. One goes as one pleases. For what reason would one need to rely on another?
Oh.
It can float? What kind of invention is that?
One calls it the floating toting device.
Huh. She seems pretty proud of that one.
Who else has that?
Street. She seems so confident, but everyone around her is looking at her all funny. Paimon wonders...
Kind of non-jealous bitches.
Never mind. But anyway, that box of hers seems to be full of those mechanical lifty thingamabobs.
Bobs.
Not that Paimon was peeking or anything. She just, got a bit unsteady for a second and accidentally brushed the embroidery on top. And wouldn't you know it, all the stuff inside almost came bursting out.
Whoa.
Paimon even went out of her way to keep it all together.
Ah, what will I do about you, Paimon?
All Paimon say is that Shenyun sure does try hard to save face.
Kiinalainen kun on.
What did she call it again? A crude piece of mortal machinery? Paimon bets she just can't wait to take it apart and see how it's made.
That does sound like something she would do.
Totally. We should probably act like we didn't see anything, though. You know, in consideration of her feelings and all. After all, that is the propriety with which one should comport oneself. When it comes to an elder, right?
Yay! Siinä oli part 1. John Shu. Yeah. Why would I talk to you? Oh. No thanks. Cloud Sea Appeal, brilliant reveal. 2 days later. Storyteller. Cha-ching! I do love spina di rosula.
It was designed by
Logo.
my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a...
No, I haven't noticed anything. Suohaukka. Vaihan nyt sitä vitun tiliä. 8.12. Voi vittu.
Never had dim sum at Shinue Kiosk before, but it should be quite the feast for sure. Ooh, and that's Paimon's stomach right on cue telling her it's time to go find Gamin. Let's go!
Gamin. Oh. Ninja. Hello, Yeshu. Yeshu.
Oh, you're here early.
What?
I just ordered. The food should be out in a second. Sit down, sit down.
I am sitting down.
Let's all take a seat.
Here, hand me your cups.
Cups.
Oh, thank you.
And a gentleman too.
Wait, you weren't supposed to drink that, Paimon. That was for you to rinse your utensils.
An idiot.
That's a thing?
Yes. As you talk, piping hot dim sum dishes arrive at the table, one after another. And just when you think that all the dishes have been delivered, the host springs over a generous bowl of seafood congee. Wow.
Wow, so much delicious food. Do you really eat all this just for breakfast?
No.
That's just how we do it where I'm from.
Tää helvetti, miten te olette lihavia kaikki.
Lunch after dim sum.
Oh, that's good to hear. Paimon doesn't need to worry about holding back then.
Eat. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Oh, and there's tong soy coming as well. I don't usually have that in the morning, but, well, since everyone's here, I just had to order it. What about you, traveler? Is the food to your liking? Want some more seafood congee? Let me refill your bowl.
That would be great, thanks. I'd be happy to do it myself.
Paimon's gonna take you up on that. Fill it up nice and full and make sure she gets a few extra shrimp. Thanks.
Everyone picks up their chopsticks and begins to dig in. Each dish tastes exquisite and is uniquely flavorful. You slowly start to relax as you enjoy pleasant conversation over a satisfying meal. This goes on until even Paimon can't eat another bite.
So full. That meal was so satisfying. It even gave Paimon some extra brain juice. Oh, listen. Paimon's figured it out.
Minkä?
Let's think about this for a second, Gaming. You invited us to this awesome restaurant and
Jos se vielä ikinä ennen käyty.
table full of expensive dim sum just for the three of us. Well, you must be hiding the fact that you're some young master from a rich family. That would explain why you try to keep your friends and family away from each other.
Are you confusing me with Xingqiu?
Xingqiu? You know Xingqiu?
You know Xingqiu? You sure know
Triple
a
it.
lot of people.
Vittu, he knows everybody. He's just like me, for real, but Chinese.
When you're on the road as much as I am, you hear all sorts of rumors. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. What it comes down to is being able to tell the difference. More often than not, that means knocking on some doors to find out for yourself.
Oh, you truly are a man of many talents, young Master Gaming.
Young Master Game.
Okay, enough with the teasing. Sorry to burst your bubble, Paimon, but you're wrong about my family situation.
My family's piss poor.
What? Oh, Paimon thought she was onto something there.
My dad is just an ordinary tea merchant. Small scale stuff, you know? It
Poor
wouldn't even make
piss.
sense to mention his business in the same breath as the Feiyun Commerce Guild. My dad... He always wanted me to inherit the family business. To be a merchant like him.
Mut mä en halua mikään
That's not
mersantti.
who I am. That's not who I ever wanted to be.
Ja nyt ne on vihaisia sulle sen takia. Gaming always seems so happy and carefree. This is the most serious I've ever seen him. This topic must be very important to him.
Have you ever talked to him about it?
Miljoona kertaa.
You know, about your interests and aspirations and stuff.
Miljoona kertaa.
Of course I have. I told him I wanted to be a wushu dancer. That
I wanted to be an
all
OnlyFans
to
model.
to see what I could do. According to my dad, though, that wasn't a real job. Just a child's pipe dream.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm sure he
Alpha.
thought I would come around eventually, but wushu dancing has always been the only thing I wanted to do. One day, he tried to get me to visit some other tea merchants to start building the right relationships, but I refused to go. We got into a huge fight. We were this close to throwing hands.
Oh.
In the end, I was so angry that I ran away
Throwing
from
hands.
I haven't been back since.
Damn.
Don't get on my case just yet, okay? It's not like I think I'm completely without fault. No. I know that it wasn't the right way to go about things. But my dad's stubborn. No matter how hard I tried to convince him, it just went in one ear and out the other. There was no changing his mind. I knew talking would only get me so far, but if I made it big in Liyue Harbor, the results could speak for themselves.
Ming.
But I'm sure you both already know how that's going. Wushu dancing's just not that big in Liyue Harbor. In the past, I would go door to door from store to store.
It's just
asking
like me
if
for
they'd
real,
be
real.
interested in hiring a performer. Most times, I wound up eating nothing but humble pie. And you can't just rely on dreams to put food on the table, right? So, I found a job as a guard to make some money. And now I have enough to get by and then some. Still, change takes time. Gotta take it slow, you know?
Paimon understands.
Okay, enough of all that.
Paimonkin halusi olla tanssija.
Our tea's getting cold. Ooh, let's do something fun this afternoon. What do you say, huh? I'll organize.
Mitä hukuttaa nämä pahat mielen tunteet?
Kinda already have plans this afternoon. We told Xianyun that we would go to her kite-making workshop.
Oh, can I come?
Oh?
Huh?
Are you interested in kite-making, Gaming?
Oh, no. It's just that I happen to know Auntie Xianyun.
Oh. Auntie Xianyun. Aunties know way to address a mighty and illuminated adeptus. Let's say that.
Do you not know who she really is, Gaming?
I know.
Oh, I know that she's an adeptus. I met her during a delivery once. But hasn't she been in the city lately? She's even tried, with some limited success, to change her terms of self-address or something like that. She came to see me a few days ago to ask about luminescent dyes. Oh, wait a second. She doesn't plan on putting those on a kite, does she?
Is that not something you can do?
It's one thing to use it on cloth, but applying it to paper is another matter entirely. Why couldn't she tell me what she wanted them for?
Yeah, she does seem to have trouble with that sometimes.
It would be such a shame if everyone worked so hard on their kites only for them to get ruined in the end. Okay, I'll go with you. If Auntie Xianyun wants to use those dyes on a kite, the formula will need to be changed.
Great! The more the merrier!
Sitten se kuitenkin räjähtää heti, kun me päästään sinne. Huhhuh. Heli! Helikopter. Vaarakopter. Oh, song.
Follow the wind.
Gone you, yeah, she and he. And that child. Älä nuha. Yo, yo!
Come on, wake up! Some friends have arrived!
Hello, friends.
Hanyu!
Oh, I have some mint oil. Perhaps we should try that. A guest at Wanmin restaurant recommended it to me. I've tried it. Its stimulative effects are much stronger than what can be achieved from chewing on mint leaves alone. Apologies in advance.
Oh, wait! Shenhe? Not there!
You see, she and he take out a small green bottle, extract some minty-smelling liquid, and apply it to Ganyu's horns. Yo-Yo and Paimon look on in shock, mouths agape, but cannot stop her in time. Wake up.
See? It worked. She's awake.
Are you okay, Ganyu? Do you need some water? Or maybe something to eat?
I'm fine.
No, I just need to
I
run.
just feel chilly all over.
Huh. Was it that effective?
Chilly, huh? Master always says a cool head leads to a calm heart. So, does this mean that heat's what we need to help you, Ganyu? Paimon doesn't think that's what the expression means exactly.
I feel a bit better now. Was I asleep? Must have been around the time I usually take my midday nap.
Did you not sleep last night? That does seem to happen to you often. Perhaps you should come work at Wanmin Restaurant with me. We get off at 10 on the dot every night without fail.
I could never. I'm sorry. I seem to have missed your name. You are...
Me? My name is Gaming. I work as a guard for the Secure Transport Agency.
Gaming. The name sounds familiar. I believe I've heard your name mentioned around the Ministry of Civil Affairs. People tell me you're an extremely enthusiastic worker, and you are very generous with your help.
Well, you know me. Or, I guess you don't.
My name is Ganyu. This is Shenhe, and this is Yao Yao.
It's an honor to finally meet you all.
Finally.
Oh, you must be here for Auntie Xian Yun's kite-making workshop, right?
Yes. I have neither made nor flown a kite before. As long as Master is willing to teach, I am willing to learn.
Me too. I want to participate in the kite flying competition with my best friend.
You have a best friend?
Plus, it's more meaningful if you make the
Onko se
kite
se Jens?
yourself, right? Your best friend didn't come with you? Well, Chi-Chi's been
Chi-Chi!
Dr. Baiju lately. I'll meet up with her later and give her a huge surprise.
That's so cute.
Oh, I also brought bandages and ointment with me today. It's easy to cut yourself when working with bamboo, so I thought I should come prepared.
5 ahead.
Wow, you're really thoughtful.
As for myself, I'm afraid I lack some of my companion's enthusiasm.
Okay,
I
and?
was originally planning to buy a ready-made kite and just enjoy the festive city atmosphere with everyone. But Cloud Retainer is always going out of her way to look after her juniors, wanting us to have the best there is. She always puts us before herself. It was so thoughtful of her to arrange this workshop, so I simply couldn't let such consideration go to waste. My motivation for being here might be a little different, yes, but I'm ready to put in just as much effort as everyone else.
Well, we're all here, but where the heck is Xian Yun? Shouldn't she be here by now?
Who is it that speaks of oneself in such an ill-tempered tone?
Kuka mukaan kuin Paimon.
You clearly heard Paimon. Master stopped to buy grilled tigerfish to share with everyone. Come get it while it's still warm. Oh, Paimon, sorry, Miss Illuminated Bird. Paimon always knew you were the smartest, coolest, and prettiest adeptus. Someone as wonderful as you is sure to have brought enough for Paimon as well, right?
Adeptus. Eikö Ganyu ole adeptus myös? Onko se adepti? Siinä jotain eroa, I don't fucking know. Cloud Trainer sets down her bags while Shu Yu hands out the grilled fish. As everyone begins to talk, lively conversation fills the usually tranquil environment of Mount Aotsang.
So delicious. Paimon's life is complete.
It appears that we've ended up with quite a few participants indeed. Go ahead and divide yourselves into small groups.
I'll go with Shenhe and Ganyu.
The regular dyes and luminescent ones have been clearly marked. Use them as you see fit. As for how to make the kite, one assumes you all made sure to listen to the instructions one provided while we were eating.
You did that?
Are there any questions?
Paimon may have focused a little too hard on the
I'll be the one making it anyway. You can just help out.
Paimon knew she could count on you, Traveler.
Well, of course, Paimon. Because you are
One
useless.
will wait under this tree and avail oneself of the cool air while one digests. Do not hesitate to seek one's company if you have any trouble, questions, or simply want to chat.
Just chatting with
We're not in
Shannon.
a hurry to get started. Why don't we go see what the others are up to?
So we're not gonna make a kite. Wow, olen kasva. Joo. Joko sulla on kysyttävää?
Auntie Cloud Retainer, look! Am I doing it right?
Very good. Your frame is nice and sturdy. This design, is it a finch?
Of course.
Yep.
One is looking forward to seeing your finished product.
What color are you going to make it, Yao Yao? I haven't decided yet. If I make it blue, it'll be more like my friend. But if I make it gold, it'll be more like me.
If you are asking for one's own opinion, one would advise choosing gold. When giving a gift, the key consideration is the recipient's feelings, is it not? One imagines your friend would much prefer a kite that reminds them of you.
Oh, hey, I never told you the kite was for Chi-Chi. How did you know?
With age comes wisdom, child. One simply has a way of knowing things.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Auntie Cloud Retainer. I'm gonna start painting it gold right now.
Good. One will watch. You two seem strangely unoccupied. One was under the impression that one was supposed to be doing the relaxing. Is your kite finished?
We actually haven't started yet, but we're going to start right now.
Sitten kun me jutellaan muille ihmisille. Of course.
Once I get better at making kites, I'm going to make one shaped like Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Give him to me, and he's just the best.
The best.
One is pleased that you like the gift.
Onko säkin antaa mulle jäniksen lahjaksi?
Hey, Gaming, want to team up?
Huh? I have to participate? I thought I'd be done for the day after adjusting the dye formula.
You're that unenthused by kite making, huh? That doesn't seem like you.
No, it's not that. It's just... it would take too long to explain. I guess I'll just make one then. What shape should we go with? How about a butterfly?
The butterfly symbolizes the desire for freedom. Perhaps that's also what gaming is searching for.
What do you think, Shuyu? Is there a particular design you want?
I want a swanee.
What?
That might be a little hard to pull off.
No ei kai nyt sentään.
But I still want to try. They're super cute.
Okay, it's decided then.
Alright. We'll make a swanee. Swanee. Sunny.
Gaming, can I do the coloring?
Sure.
Sure. I'll go ahead and make the frame for you.
Frame. You're gonna frame her. Oh! Oh, mä jo luulin.
It would be great if you could refrain from putting things on my horns from now on. They're really quite sensitive.
I see. My apologies. I shall remember that in the future.
Thank you. No harm done.
So what are you complaining about?
Could I touch them just once more, though? No oil or anything this time. I've just always wondered what Miss Ganyu's horns feel like.
Huh? Please, I told you. Just call me Ganyu. Well, alright. Just be gentle.
Saanko mäkin?
Firm to the touch with no discernible temperature. Oh, not unlike certain medicinal plants I've eaten before. Oh, still, Ganyu appears to be shaking like a cat whose whiskers have just been touched. I should stop. I see. Then I'll apply the oil to your forehead next time.
Oh, no need. I'll just refrain from taking afternoon naps outdoors. Anyway, we should probably get started on our kite. It won't be long before Cloud Retainer comes to check on our progress. Perhaps we should just choose the most traditional style.
Okay.
No, tehkää jotain siistiä ja odottamatonta. I will disturb them. Turpa kiipaiman myynä menevät vitun raapu menee helvettiin jotain sun taskuni. Juu ja siihen hiin.
The scissor-tailed swallow sure takes a lot of curved bamboo rods to build.
It broke.
Isointa kakkua, mitä pelistä löytyy.
Can I do the color?
Sure.
Sure. Anyway, let's make a kite.
First, we have to decide on the shape. Hey, what are you laughing at?
I don't know. Tuli vaan mieleeksi meemi. The obvious answer is to make a paimon-shaped kite. Heck nah, bruh. We're making a dragon.
Oh, that's not a completely crazy
Shut the fuck up, I swear.
else. A paimon-shaped kite could at least make sure you never get lost on your travels and always find the tastiest food and funnest things to do wherever you go. Maybe we're not exercising.
Mä vaan laitan narun suhun kiinni ja se siitä.
We should exaggerate this a bit. How about this? The word paimon means the guardian angel of travelers.
Oh boy, we are actually making it.
What expression should we give her? Since the kite is going to be flying super high in the sky.
Let's make her angry. She should look pleased with herself. She should look afraid. She should look guilty about something.
Ooh, like this? The title of champion kite flyer is mine.
Eipäs nyt ilmestytä, paimo, me ei olla vielä voitettu mitään. Vittu, huoras saatana. Yep, that's the one. Let me rethink things. Hold on, kuunnellaan ne kaikki.
Since the kite is going to be flying... It's too high! Someone say Paimon, she's about to faint! Like that? Since the kite is going to be...
Guilty.
Oh, Paimon totally didn't do anything wrong. And even if she did, she doesn't deserve to get shot up into the sky for it. Something like this, then.
Löytyykö ne jostain netistä, koska mä haluan tietää, miltä ne näyttää. Paimon kites. Paimon kites. Shut up. No niin. Vittu toi pleased ja guilty on hauskimmat. Toi Afraidkin on ihan hauska, mutta I'd rather choose pleased or guilty.
Since the kite is going to be flying super high in the sky.
Ehkä mä otan ton guilty.
Oh, Paimon totally didn't do anything wrong. And even if she did, she doesn't deserve to get shot up into the sky for it. Something like this, then. Now that we've decided, let's make it happen.
The newest force. Newest 4?
It's done! Paimon has to say. Kai Paimon might even rival real Paimon in terms of cuteness. Now we just have to attach the string, right?
All right, gather around, everyone.
Mut me ei olla vielä valmiit.
Shinyan's calling us!
Let one take a look.
Wow! Ganyu and Shenhe made a scissor-tailed swallow.
Kauhean näköinen.
So pretty.
No, it's not.
Yep. The coloring
Mitä noi silmät on?
makes it look a lot like Master. If the tail wasn't split in two like that, it might even be a spitting image. If you look closely, there are a few spots where the colors go outside the lines. Did you doze off while painting it, Ganyu?
Anna hänen olla.
I did the painting. I stared at the paper for quite some time, but I simply could not recall the coloring of any bird. Except Master. Or should I say that I'm too familiar with her crane form? Even when she stands before us in human form, all I can see is blue and white.
Oh, well, now that you mention it, Paimon can see it too.
Exactly. So I simply closed my eyes and painted from memory.
No way. You can paint with your eyes closed? Wow. The disciples of Adepti really are something.
You are most filial, Shenhe. One is flattered by the likeness.
The Swanee that Gaming and Shuyu made looks very majestic. I'm sure it'll look even more impressive as it soars through the sky.
The eyes and ears glow in the dark, so you're sure to see it at night. Your golden finch is cute too, Yao Yao. It's all thanks to Auntie Cloud Retainer's guidance.
What about your kite, traveler? Very Paimon-like indeed.
Why do you say that, Shenhe?
What the? Mitä?
One time the traveler suspected that a piece of meat was missing from their bowl. That was the exact expression on your face.
Is that something that happened?
So it was you. Sä oot mulle vittu lihapalan velkaa.
Is that the Jade Chamber?
Mistä se tuli?
Oh?
Hirviöt hyökkäävät taas.
Who dares attempt such a flagrant display of impropriety by releasing a kite into one's territory without one's permission?
Calm down, Shanyon.
Oh, and to do so by making use of this crude piece of mortal machinery. One simply must know who it is that possesses such impertinence.
Jotenkin se oli Shao.
Continue attaching the strings, everyone. One will be but a moment.
Tai ehkä se oli Rex Lapis.
Traveler, Paimon, could I trouble you to go after Cloud Retainer?
Anything you ask for, ma'am?
It's going to be okay, right?
I'm more worried about the person who released the kite.
There's wind up ahead. Looks like we can glide over.
No way.
I hope the person who released the kite is going to be okay.
They won't die. Gee, don't bite.
Now for the string.
Be careful, you two.
I'll be fine. I have Rex Lapis in my team.
Master is not without her principles. We need not worry too much.
No, ma'am.
Please look after Master for me.
Why? She'll be fine. Mitä vittu?
It's right there.
Oh.
This Fontanian device of mechanical motion is quite curious indeed.
Now is hardly an opportune time for your musings. Someone among us was not sufficiently attentive,
Among Us.
and now the kite has vanished.
Calm yourself. Do you have any recollection of its last location?
One believes it drifted in the direction of Mount Outsong.
Mount Outsong, fuck!
Perhaps it is mere happenstance, but one feels a certain sense of dread at the thought.
Your concern is misplaced, surely. Cloud Retainer is either in the city looking after her disciples, or secluded in her abode attending to her research. She will not notice that kite. On the subject of said kite, however, one simply must remark on the genius of its windless lift technology. One cannot help but surmise that its ingenuity rivals that of Cloud Retainer's creations.
Still thy tongue. If Cloud Retainer were to hear you profess such a thing, we can both say farewell to any further use of the Supreme Cuisine Machine.
One presumes that this kite belongs to you.
Huh?
Regard the situation with which we are now confronted. This is all your fault.
One's fault? One seems to recall that releasing the kite was no solitary endeavor. Say something, Mountain Shaper. Surely you can think of something to appease her.
Why are you so afraid of her?
Explanation shall only fan the flames of her wrath. It would be better to stay silent and retire at the earliest opportunity.
We can hardly avoid her forever. That may suffice during Lantern Rite. But what about the Moon Chase Festival? Sooner or later, she will discover our true identity.
Hello?
Go retrieve the kite.
Absolutely not. You retrieve it.
Why are you so pussies?
That is not our kite.
Oh, so an adeptus such as oneself is mistaken then?
Ah, you're an Adeptus? Please forgive us for any impropriety. I truly possess no inkling of who could have released a kite into your esteemed domain. Pray, who could be responsible for such wanton behavior?
What?
Verily, verily, we were but delighting in the surrounding scenery. This locale is home to such exquisite... mint! Well, and if that's all, then we'll just be on our way.
We finally caught up. You sure do fly fast in your illuminated bird form, Chinyan. Mooncarver? Mountain Shaper? What are you doing here?
You?
She!
Okay, now Paimon's getting a weird vibe. Did she say something wrong?
It is of no consequence. Long has one seen through their disguises. One was simply curious as to how long they would keep up the act.
Then you are not angry?
No, I am furious.
How could one feel anger at the sight of two old friends enjoying themselves? One is also well aware of how enticing these city novelties can be.
We were simply consumed by a fit of festive spirit. Seldom do we get the opportunity to partake in the delights of the times. However, we are far from being as adept as you in matters that require a deftness of hand. No worthy kite could be born of our own making. Thus, we could only take the convenient route, so to speak.
Your prowess in mechanics is unparalleled, Cloud Retainer. You wield the wind and waves themselves. Your singular talent stands unmatched across the land. Of this, we are well aware.
One has guests to attend to. We will have to convene again some other time. Traveler, Paimon, do try to keep up.
We're leaving already? All this flying from place to place is wearing Paimon out.
No niin, jatket. Nyt saatte maistaa.
This one's got your name on it. Hey there!
It seems that one's concern was misplaced after all.
Then, should we continue flying the kite?
A splendid suggestion, but it would be advisable to change locations.
Perhaps your mountain would suffice? It is more than spacious enough.
A fine idea. A fine idea indeed.
Miksi te ette mennyt sinne saman tien?
Feeling lucky?
weasel thief.
Time to go.
I am weasel thief. Missä kaikki on?
They're back.
Ja mihin se lintumuija meni?
Paimon's pooped. Why are there only two of you left?
After you left, Yao Yao and Shu Yu tired themselves out playing with their kites. Gao Ming offered to escort them home.
That's nice.
Before he left, he said something that I don't quite understand.
Oh? What did he say?
He said, a kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars. Its tether prevents it from ever truly flying free. He looked quite dejected as he said this.
Now that you mention it, Gao Ming did seem to have a rather strange attitude towards kites.
Perhaps he sees himself reflected in them?
A reflection of himself. If I were a kite, I would cherish that tether as a symbol of kinship and the bonds that tie us and...
Shenhe?
It may be an exceedingly slim and distant connection, but lose it, and you lose that which links you to home. If Gaming truly sees a kite as a reflection of himself, then I fear I understand his words even less.
Well, people often have different points of view depending on their mindset and experiences, right? It's actually quite normal.
Just like some people can eat spicy food, but others won't go anywhere near it?
Like me.
Exactly. That's why tolerance and understanding are as important as they are.
Tolerance and understanding? What brought about this conversation? Did one miss something?
We were just chatting. You don't have to butt in on every little thing, you know. Where were you anyway?
Otin kiertotien.
One was merely doing a bit of cooking.
Cooking?
Night fast approaches. If you are otherwise unoccupied, one would entreat you to stay and eat before you depart.
Oh, it's been so long since I've had the chance to enjoy your cooking, Cloud Retainer.
Worry not. One has prepared a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. One is more than familiar with everyone's culinary proclivities.
We'll take you up on your offer then. I call dips on Paimon's portion.
Hey! Paimon's hungry too! It's not like the dim sum and grilled fish could keep her full the whole day, you know!
Shenhe, Ganyu, come with me.
Whoa, what's with all the secrecy? You're not trying to play favorites, are you?
Sinne meni kaikki pahat ämmät.
If you're ready to serve the food, we can help you.
Eli ei vaan Paimon. Ja hän ei ole paha ollenkaan. The fuck? No, se on sammakko. New mods.
This is...
Sheesh. Look at the prettiest girls.
I can feel the wind brushing against my legs.
Holy shit.
This is a bit embarrassing.
Now this is great, Ganyu. Own it.
Is the headpiece secure? I should have asked Cloud Retainer to check before I stepped outside.
Giat.
How do we look?
She asked them just like that.
Well, what can I say? What can I say? You're the most beautiful bitches up in this bitch. What? You look great.
You look pretty too, Ganyu! Oh, how should Paimon put it? You both look so elegant and refined. Those outfits
Given that one employed the services of the best tailor in all of Liyue, one would expect nothing less. What colors have you been partial to lately, Shenhe and Ganyu?
Lately? Why is Cloud Retainer suddenly asking about what colors we like?
I like black.
One is gratified to see one's
My kind of girl.
disciple has inherited one's own taste.
What do you mean? Literally
The color
ruskeata ja
black
vihreät.
doesn't get dirty easily. A virtue I've come to value recently.
And you, Ganyu?
I favor blue and black.
And the material is sufficiently comfortable, yes?
So cute.
Yes, very. I simply cannot thank you enough, Cloud Retainer, for this gift. And the kite, too.
On tuonne läpinäkyvä.
Thank you, Master.
Very nice.
One is content as long as you are pleased with the gift. One hopes these garments will see much use.
Me about to throw money in the item shop.
Seems like your supreme cuisine machine is just getting better and better, Xianyun. This golden crab's particularly good. The shell's deliciously crunchy, and the meat inside is so succulent and sweet. Paimon can't stop eating. It's a good thing Gaming isn't here, or Paimon would have to duel him for the food. You know, with chopsticks.
It will be a close match. You trounce him.
He traveled all this way on account of the kite-making workshop, and he spent the whole afternoon looking after Shuyu. One was hoping to treat him to a meal. Oh well. One will just have to extend one's thanks in person.
It's rare for someone to make such a good impression on you, Cloud Retainer.
One has high standards. He appears to be a young man of much merit, and one is not the type who would see such potential squandered.
It appears that he wishes to break free from the kite string that tethers him.
Kite string? Huh, what strange metaphors you speak in, Shenhe. Ever since you returned from one mean restaurant, your turns of phrase render one at quite the loss.
Where do we even begin? Oh, do you know about the conflict between Gaming and his dad, Xianyun?
Why would she know?
One has only heard that the two are not on good terms.
He ran away from home and hasn't been back since.
That's so horrible.
Oh?
Oh God.
Ran away, you say? Huh. One believes we would all benefit from a more thorough retelling. Start from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Spill his business.
What?
This shall not do. Lantern Rite fast approaches. We must make haste. As one was contacting various tailors around Liyue, one could not help but be reminded of Menogias.
Who?
He possessed a singular talent for clothing design. He had an exquisite eye, not just for fabric selection and color pairing, but also for what accessories could best accentuate a garment's overall styling. At a gathering of adepti, Bonanis once complained in secret to some of the ladies in attendance that the skirt Menogias made for her was too long and impractical, lamenting that it would only hinder her in battle. However, when one asked Menogias his opinion, he remarked that the train of the skirt would serve to enhance her adeptal countenance by exemplifying a certain elegance. Menogias was that type of person. When it came to topics relating to garments and accessories, not even Rex Lapis could best his stubbornness. And later... one seems to have strayed off topic. One means to say that Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion. It is a time to address problems before they turn into regrets.
Me when I see stuff like this. Me.
Fate is fickle. The cruel reality of this world is that suffering and misfortune can befall any of us without design or reason. If there is a chance for young people to remain insulated from this reality, one should do one's utmost to make it so.
That's nice and all, but...
Who
Do
asked?
you have any ideas, Cloud Retainer?
Perhaps Adeptal Arts could be of use. Mechanics, perhaps. One fails to see its use in a situation such as this.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Combining our efforts is a fine idea indeed. Aha! One has an idea. How about this? Does that make sense to everyone?
Yep. Oh, Paimon really hopes this works.
One's designs never fail. Now then, I counsel rest for all, and to make the necessary preparations. One shall see you in 2 days.
Mä meinasin, että mä ostan vaan Ganjulle ton puvun, mutta... Maybe I need to buy Shanna too. Even though I never use her ass. Now it's time to put it in action. Se kanjonas on kyllä parempi kuin tää. But this... I don't know this. It would cover her cheeks though. So that is a bit of an L from that part. Ja se oli 8.12 I think. Mä olin nyt niin janoinen, että nyt pitää ottaa juice! Joka piti tehdä jo aikaisemmin, mutta sitten tapahtui kauheita asioita. Ja sit mä unohdin.
It's time to carry out the plan! Let's go find Gaming! Hope everything goes well.
Mä olen samurai. Samurai Kazuha. Mishinori, mikä nyt se sukunimi on? Kazuha Kadehara, yes, that's his name. I did not have to look to my right. My boy.
Paimon sees you've certainly gotten an early start this morning. Playing games already, are we? Who won this time? You the one buying dim sum again?
Is he me for real?
Hey, when you put it like that, it makes it sound like I'm always the one losing.
He sounded so gay just now.
Perfect, you're all here. There's an important commission I need your help with.
All right, I've got the time. Where are the goods?
It's not just goods this time. I need you to escort a tea merchant and their wares from Chaoying Village to Liyue Harbor. A very important client has requested to meet with him.
Sure. What's this merchant's address?
Some fires. This is my father's address! I cannot take this commission!
Then this must be a very crucial, very pressing commission, right?
Tuplapalkka.
Of course, the sooner you complete it, the better. I would advise you to depart as soon as possible.
That's fine by me. Mä voin, mulla tuli just unohdin laittaa uunin päälle. Vau. Kyllä. Sylkäsinkö mä tähän mikkiä? I don't know. Do you like this chat? Ja toi edes kuulostaa vittu. Let me check. Se kuulostaa siltä, kun se joku sanoisi hei joo, hei joo.
It's the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Last link I have.
You're a bit quiet today, Gaming. Oh, do you want Paimon to tell a story?
We're almost
Ankkuleita.
there. I'll take a rain check on that.
Ankkuleita. Söpöjä ankkuleita. Tuolla on lisää ankkuleita. I am one of the ducks. Kato, kun söpö toi ankka. Söpö ankka, sinne menee. Sinne menee ankka. Uiskantelee sitä. Sillä näkyy sen naama tuolla veski. Kato, kun söpö. Wow. Doggo. Hello, mister.
Hello. You must be the tea merchant heading to Liyue Harbor. We're here to escort you.
Yip tack. Jap.
Dad?
Mitä? Onks tää sun faijas?
Oh, so you're Gaming's father. It's nice to meet you. Just leave this delivery to him. Trust Paimon. He's got this in the bag. Gaming is super good at what he does.
I got it in the bag.
Everyone at the Secure Transport Agency says as much. Even the Ministry of Civil Affairs has nothing but good things to say about him.
Well, I have many bad things to say.
For yourself, at least.
The goods are all in order?
Come on, Dave.
Yes,
Don't be like that.
They're all here.
They're all here in JPEG. Let's get this over with.
A very important client has asked for you by name. You kind of have to come with us. Paimon doesn't know how we would explain ourselves if you just didn't show up. Plus, you'd be missing out on a huge money-making opportunity.
Niin, etkö sinä aina pitänyt niistä?
I suppose I will have to trouble you all to escort me, then. Let's go.
Let's go. Tässä ei mene kuin pieni hetki. Yo, sha, oot sä täällä, my boy?
We've been walking for so long. Is anyone tired? How about we stop and rest for a bit?
I'm fine.
Gaming, don't you usually have some delicious snacks on you? Come on, bring them out so we can share them.
Mä söin ne ahdistuksen.
Thank you.
But the winter melon cake he gave us last time was so delicious. Have you ever tried it before, Mr. Ip?
Paimon.
Shut up.
This place looks nice and open. Why don't you all rest here for a second?
Huh? What about you? You're not going to join us?
I'm not tired. I'll keep watch.
Mä katselen tota lintua, että se kävee kimppuun.
Oh, but...
Just let him go.
Faijaa, sun olisi pitänyt pyytää mua jäämään.
Okay, we'll just share amongst ourselves then. Did you know, Uncle Ip, that the flavor of these cakes changes depending on...
Halt! Who goes there?
Hieno miekka. Is it Shao?
It appears that one's movements were overly conspicuous.
Enough of your musings. Focus. Focus on the matter.
Vittu näitä treasure horrorsistikin pääsee eroon vittu.
Present your exquisite ornaments at once.
Jihu, try sounding more ghetto.
Readily and without protest.
Antakaa teidän teet tai me kastetaan meidän terät teihin.
It seems as if these two are acting alone.
And I wonder
It
if
won't
you
be
know.
difficult to subdue them, but they might have something else waiting in store for Dad. The best way to keep him safe is...
Run!
Leave this to me. I'll handle them. Traveler, Paimon, take my dad and the goods away from here.
No, Gaming. It's too dangerous.
No gaming.
This is what I
This is
do.
too dangerous gaming. Sä kuolet gaming. Mä menetän mun ainoan poikani gaming. Sitten mulla ei ole ketään, joka perii mun imperiumin gaming.
Let us depart and seek a target softer in blows and disposition.
Mä olin valmis tallentamaan videopelin, jossa ei voi tallentaa videopeliä.
Let us away.
Coming.
Coming.
Don't worry, he's a great fighter.
No, he's not. He's my boy.
Paimon's even seen him take down a dozen or so treasure hoarders all by himself.
No, I helped.
Coming.
He's my baby boy.
If he had just stayed by my side and learned the family trade, he wouldn't have to put himself in such dangerous situations.
We just have to trust him. Let's go on ahead. We'd best get away from here, in case there are other bandits in the area waiting in ambush.
Bandits.
All is going to...
Aha, sehän oli hän.
Okay, we should be good to stop here. Zhongli?
Zhongli.
What is he doing here?
Mitä väliä sillä on?
Good sir, please listen to me. Reel in your line and leave this place as quickly as you can. There are bandits in the area.
He'll be fine. Sillä oli huutava kaitti.
Bandits, acting in broad daylight.
Paimon, onko sulla korona? Ota nää signaalit, jota mä lähetän sulle.
It appears many people are catching a chill as of late. If your throat is bothering you, Paimon, perhaps some tea and rest are in order.
Tea, I have some tea right here.
Nope, no need. Paimon's fine. She just had some cake stuck in her throat.
He must have figured it all out by now. Is he just playing dumb on purpose?
If there are indeed bandits in the area, then we should inform the Millilith at once.
The guard that was escorting us is already on their tail.
Oh? Well, if that's the case...
We no need
such
to
matters
bother.
are best left to those with the necessary expertise. Wouldn't you agree?
I suppose you're right. If ordinary people like us got involved, we would only cause more trouble.
Since we find ourselves otherwise unoccupied in this beautiful area, why don't we find a quiet place to relax while we wait for good news?
What do you mean?
That would be lovely.
Yhtäkkiä me seurustellaan Jean Lin kanssa.
So, Uncle Ip does have a reason to be worried. After all, Gaming, the guard we mentioned, is his son.
Gaming. The
Gaming?
name sounds somewhat familiar. Ah, yes. That is the name of the Usho dancer who has been
Usho.
performing around Liyue Harbor recently, is it not?
Oh, have you seen him perform?
Yes, multiple times.
Indeed. I cannot help but admire his skill. He truly encapsulates the spirit of the Suami.
Of the
Usho dancing
Suami.
has become more well known in Liyue Harbor recently. However, although performers are seeing budding success, they have no doubt had to face many hurdles along the way. Ones not so easily understood by spectators such as ourselves. If you ask me, what truly deserves admiration is perseverance in the face of adversity. That is a rare attribute indeed. I have heard many of my acquaintances praise Gaming for his kind, selfless, and courageous disposition. To have a child so accomplished and upright, you must be a very proud parent indeed, Uncle Ip.
Uncle Yip.
Seems like Zhongli has decided to skip the formalities.
Well, he he's a hard worker. Yes.
You should be sure to tell him you think that when he gets back.
Don't want to tell
Your
me anything
son
nice.
is young yet. It's normal for someone his age to be a bit hot-headed.
He's not
It's
hot-headed at all.
understandable to find talking about such things in person difficult. If there's a particular sentiment you wish to convey, perhaps we could pass it along for you.
Kertokaa mun päälle. Markastasta.
It wouldn't be right to ask that of you.
Mutta millainen herra Joni Lee?
This thing between us has festered for many years now. In truth, there are some things that simply aren't easy for us to talk through. I've been in the tea business for most of my life, and I always hoped my child would do the same. Otherwise, how would he support himself?
I don't know, by getting a fucking job?
I heard how well he was doing for himself as a guard. How his work was taking him to farther and farther off places. I also heard that he never gave up on wushou dancing. It made me happy. But I was also worried. When you're young, you can handle all that physically taxing work and manual labor. What young person isn't capable of making a living that way? My concern is what happens when you get old.
You hit the gym, that's what you do.
I get to thinking like that, I cannot help but be reinforced in the belief that I was right. That I was right not to give in. I often regret introducing him to wushou dancing as a kid.
Wow.
If I had known how things would turn out, I would have never taken him to see those performances in the first place.
Wow.
It is only natural for a parent to strive to send their child down the right path. No one would begrudge you that sentiment, Uncle Ip. You need not worry.
You seem quite young, Mr. John. Yet you speak with such wisdom. Perhaps I have misjudged your age.
Yeah, maybe with a couple of 100 years.
Your words are too kind. Truth be told, one of my old friends has several grown daughters. Rather than fretting about their future, however, she prefers to let them find their own way.
You mean Cloud
She's
Trader?
more easygoing than I could ever be. I fear I lack such an open mind. I meant to say earlier, there is no need to be so polite. Feel free to call me by my name, Iptak.
Sure.
What talk?
So, do you also think I fret too much, Mr. Zhongli?
That's not exactly what I was hoping to convey. Only a fool would ask a parent not to worry about their child. But think of it this way. Raising a child is not unlike flying a kite. Hold the string too tight, and it can no longer soar. As my friend once said, if your children are aiming for the stars, clipping their wings will only cause them to come crashing down. You need to let out the line for a kite to soar.
It seems I was too stuck in my ways.
You need not reproach your heart for caring. You simply need to loosen your hold a little. Indeed, with such a big heart, why not allocate the time you usually spend worrying about Gaming to the pursuit of other things? Like going for a stroll, drinking tea, or taking in the scenery. You never know what surprises could be in store. Things can change in the blink of an eye.
The blink of an eye, you say? Do things change so quickly?
Children grow up in quite the same way, do they not? Day after day, year after year, sometimes in the blink of an eye, but always when you least expect it. As a father, I'm sure you know that best.
Yes, you can say that again. 1 second, Gaming was a kid. The next thing I knew, he was ready to fly the nest.
Zhongli certainly has a way with words.
Kai niin. Sieltähän tulee.
Oh, Gaming is back. Hey, Gaming, we're over here.
Dad, Traveler, Paimon. Good, you're all here. Oh, and Mr. Zhongli from the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? You're here too?
A fated meeting indeed. We were just enjoying some pleasant conversation.
Is everything resolved?
Well,
My son?
you could say that.
What does that mean?
It means I
Traveler,
killed
Paimon,
them
come with me. I need to talk
and
to you.
hid their bodies under the bridge.
Oh, okay.
What's up, boy?
I'll come right out and say it. Those two bandits, you sent them, didn't you?
No.
So, that's how we're starting off?
Can't look me in the eye, huh? Guess I'm right then.
Okay, but how did you know?
At first, their mannerisms seemed a bit stilted. But once I got close, it was obvious that they possessed great skills. I was right on their tail, and it should have taken only a few steps to catch up to them, yet somehow, I was never able to close that distance. People with that level of skill would have gone about things differently from the start, like sneaking up on us while we were distracted. Unless, of course, their real motive was to lure me away from the group all along.
Wow, you're pretty quick on the uptake.
I just have a lot of experience. I've dealt with many a ruthless bandit in my time, but I've never seen ones like them. In the end, I told them they would make good guards if they ever wanted to get back on the straight and narrow, and that they could hang out with me in Liyue Harbor anytime.
You ever consider you might be a little too good at making friends?
I'm guessing you guys were trying to help resolve things between my dad and me?
Ainakin sillä on keinoja viedä ihmisiä pois väärältä tieltä. Jep.
I appreciate it, I really do. But this conflict between us has been going on for a long time. Even if those two were real bandits, and I was able to subdue them and show him what I was capable of, it wouldn't change anything. You've seen the way he talks to me.
It's not like that at all! Your dad really cares about you. You should see the way he talks about you when you're not around. Zhongli was talking things through with him, and he nearly agreed to let it go. You don't believe us?
He won't let it go. He can say as much as he wants to other people, but he won't talk to me. I'm certain of it.
And you? Will you talk to him? No.
You told us you wanted to prove yourself to your dad. Why don't you tell him about all the hard work you've done these past few years?
Will that even do anything? I'm not sure talking is enough.
You won't know unless you try. Just like how you won't know if something is delicious unless you taste it. Listen to us. It's time to put these people skills to good use. You can make friends with anyone, so why not your dad?
Good luck. We'll be rooting for you. It won't hurt to try. Shit, you're right.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
You are very knowledgeable, Mr. Zhongli. I'm impressed. Despite my being in the tea industry for several decades, it seems I still have much to learn about the art of tea tasting.
You flatter me. It was nothing but a few humble musings.
How much tea have you drank since we've been gone?
Koko purkki. It's not like it was alcohol.
Ipdak and I have found many a common interest. Our friendship, much like a cup of tea, seems to grow stronger the longer it has to steep.
Well said, Mr. Zhongli. Gaming, Mr. Zhongli is very knowledgeable. You should take the opportunity to learn from people like him when you're in the city.
Huh? Oh, of course.
Zhongli?
I have very much enjoyed our conversation, Ipdak, but I, unfortunately, have some unfinished funeral parlor business to attend to.
Oh, I hope I didn't keep you. My apologies for taking up so much of your time, Mr. Zhongli. No need to stay on my account. When you're less busy, let's find a time to meet. I'll treat you to dim sum.
And
it would
dim
be
sum.
an honor.
We'll see you off, Zhongli. have a nice chat, alright?
Leave the tea stall and talk to Zhongli.
Should we sit?
Sure.
He already is. Sit down, boy. Right there. On that wet chair.
Thanks for helping us talk things through with Uncle Ip. Good thing you were able to pick up on what we were putting down.
I have been around the both of you for some time now. You could say I have a certain level of expertise in that regard.
That's some bullshit.
Think nothing of it. I hardly did anything noteworthy.
Yeah, you did.
You never change, do you?
Ugh.
Why did you have us walk all this way? Paimon thought we just had
They need time.
to be out of earshot.
A friend approaches.
Zhongli, Xiao.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, dude?
So, you're here too?
I've been here the whole time. A ghostly kite. Could that elusive Director Who be coming to Wangshu Inn once again? What is she doing here? I suppose it matters not. Given her relationship with Rex, well, Zhongli, I might as well go pay my respects.
Why?
It's you. I thought you were Director Who.
Ah, your arrival is most fortuitous. Do you want to try out this new gadget? The addition of the power source makes the takeoff more stable. It's just that...
He seems quite immersed in the study of this device.
I fear it's almost too stable. It completely negates the pleasure of seeing one's kite sway with the wind. It's a bit of a shame. In truth, I'm here because Director Who dispatched me to purchase some items in preparation for Lantern Rite.
I see. Much like she does every year. Much like she'll do next year, I would imagine. Am I wrong? Or has she once again sent you out to buy, what is it, sesame oil or something?
While we're on the subject, I do wonder why she is so obsessed with using sesame oil in the preparation of mixed vegetable dishes for Lantern Rite. A recommendation from Xiangling, perhaps. What do you think, Xiao?
I've only met Director Who a few times. I'm hardly the best person to ask.
Ah, and is that not a sign that you should visit Wangsheng Funeral Parlor more often?
No.
It wouldn't hurt to grace the parlor with your presence now and again, when you are otherwise unoccupied.
Why would he? Unless he wants to speak with you.
This is a traditional kite, one without any equipped mechanical device. Director Who tasked me with studying the differences between the two to determine which one is of greater merit. Many hands make light work. Perhaps you could test out the other kite for me?
All right.
But can you tell the difference?
I have made my comparisons. If speed is what you're after, the mechanical kite is the better choice.
Wonderful. I shall pass that information along to Director Who. I'll leave these two kites with you. Perhaps you can find a few friends with which to partake in the activity. You might find it to be an enjoyable use of your time.
Oh, wait. Who enjoys kite flying?
Who?
Well, I would imagine someone of your talent and wisdom is more than capable of finding out.
So, you were testing out the kites for Hu Tao and even roped Xiao into doing it for you? Paimon didn't ask earlier because the situation was awkward.
I would hardly say I roped Xiao into anything. I simply sought the help of a friend. Besides, we did the testing together.
Seems like our pool of competitors is growing.
The competition's not the important thing right now. Doesn't matter, we're going to win either way.
Do you like kite flying, Xiao?
I suppose I neither like nor dislike it. Although, watching a kite gradually ascend into the sky does bring me a certain peace of mind.
Perhaps they're a bit like shell lanterns in that way.
Kite flying is also a pleasant form of relaxation.
Have you ever thought about making a kite shell? Cloud Retainer taught us how. We can teach you if you want.
There's no need. Menogius was the only Yaksha among us who had an interest in matters of ornamentation and design. When Lantern Rite is over, come find me near Pervasi's temple if you have the time.
Sure, absolutely. Täytyypä muistaa.
It's getting late. I should go inform Director Hu of our findings.
How's she been, by the way? Be sure to
Fuck
say hi
her.
to her for us.
Don't say that.
The last time I spoke to her, she mentioned that she would be visiting Chaoying Village in a few days. If you have the time, perhaps you could also make the trip. If you happen to run into her, you can pass along your regards in person.
We'll keep that in mind. Take care, Xiangli. See you later.
Moi moi.
See you next time.
No niin, gaming. Son?
You can go first.
I don't have anything to say.
Uh-huh.
Then I'll go. I still don't want to leave Liyue Harbor.
Oh.
Oh god.
I can't say I support that decision, but...
You never support me in anything, Dad!
Hey, let me finish before you get all worked up.
I'm calm.
Sit, Shenhe. You must be tired from your journey. Shall I pour you a cup of tea, or would you prefer something else to drink?
No need. I'm not tired. They're gone, Master.
Perfect. The time is nigh for us to make an appearance. Do you remember the plan one recounted to you?
Yes, Master. We aim to give them a demonstration of familial love.
Familial?
So I'll have whatever you are having.
All right.
What are Auntie Xianyun and Shenhe doing here? Just how many people are involved in this scheme? I suppose all I can do is just take a seat and see what happens.
Perfect. I just so happen to have bought some Sunglow tea recently. It's quite the delectable variety. Or it would be if one has not been forced to drink it every day in the hopes of whittling down one's considerable stash. One has more than had one's fill already. Oh, forget it. Such thoughts detract from the present need to keep up the conversation. Has work been busy during the holiday season? Do you need my help with anything?
Drunk guests can sometimes cause trouble, but I deal with them as you taught me, by pinning their heads against the table.
Are Auntie Xianyun and Shenhe serious right now?
Oh dear. While one was busy orchestrating this act, one seems to have forgotten about Shenhe's various eccentricities. What I meant to ask was, have you made any new friends? We live so far from each other. It would be a great comfort to me to know you were surrounded by good companions.
You already know of my past circumstances. Recently, I've been conversing with Guoba in the kitchen at night. Guoba can't talk, but his companionship is a comfort.
The poor child. Her one friend can't even talk. I guess maybe Gaming is not so bad after all. Perhaps I've been too hard on him.
Maybe.
Let's move on, shall we? Do you have any plans for today, Shenhe? How about we do something fun?
That sounds about right. Take her to do something fun, and perhaps she'll loosen up a bit.
What do you mean?
When we would carry stones up and down the mountain from dawn until dusk, picking herbs to eat for dinner along the way? If that is what you ask of me, then that is what I shall do.
Dad, here, have some tea. Or no, wait. Best not have any just yet.
Yeah.
Hiya!
I simply can't listen to that any longer.
Well, maybe you should mind your own
I'd
business.
like to finish what I was trying to say before. I don't support your decision to stay in Liyue Harbor, because living there is too hard on you.
What do you
If
mean?
you come home, there will be people to help you. I'm not saying we have to live under the same roof. I know our personalities are too similar to avoid butting heads. But you'll have your entire family around you. Your aunts, uncles, they'll all do whatever they can to help. You could get a less taxing job, and we could grab dim sum together from time to time.
Huh. I didn't know dim sum was such an important affair, Master.
Shh. Just think about it, okay? You don't have to decide now.
Dad really has changed a lot. He would never have said these things to me before. But
Kivat silmät.
thank you, Dad.
It's been long enough, don't you think? Oh, Paimon sure hopes they've made up by now. Oh, they're drinking tea in silence. That's not a good sign. Did Xianyun's plan not work after all? Hey you two! Paimon's sorry we were gone for so long. We got to chatting with some friends and didn't realize how much time had passed.
Perfect timing, actually. We seem to be just about done here.
Yep, let's go. I'll get the bags.
Gaming has grown a lot taller, hasn't he?
Semmoista. No, miten meni?
Master, did I say something wrong earlier?
Yes.
I tried to go along with your questions, but when I saw how you and that man reacted,
I can't look at them
I
cheeks.
started to wonder.
Not at
So
all.
I'll just look at the cake.
Certain unforeseen variables may have presented themselves along the way, but the outcome proved favorable. The plan was a success.
Then I helped?
Naturally.
You helped.
Your purity of spirit is one of your greatest strengths, Shenhe. You need not change who you are.
Kyllä se vähän voisi ehkä muuttua. Hän on vähän jäykkä. Hänen olemassa olevaisuudellaan, niin sanotusti. Charlotte.
You must be Mr. Ip! Thank you for coming all this way. My name is Charlotte, and I'm a reporter from Fontaine. You can find me writing for the Steambird. I invited you here not just to purchase your fine tea, but also with the hope that you might be willing to sit down for a short interview. What do you say?
An interview? To advertise my teas?
I suppose you could think of it that way. We Fontainians are big tea drinkers too.
The Fontaine Market. Then I'll need some time to adequately prepare. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss the questions you intend to ask in advance.
Of course, of course! Please follow me.
Is this person also involved in your plan?
What do you think? She's the very important client.
And here I thought I had lots of connections.
I know literally everyone from
I suppose
everywhere.
I've been humbled. You sure know all kinds of cool and important people.
Over here! Yoo-hoo! Over here!
What? Auntie Shenyun?
She probably wants to talk about the next phase of the plan. Let's go while your dad is still distracted.
Where did they go?
I take it that all is going well?
Don't worry, Xianyun. Everything is going according to plan.
I knew it. I knew that was all an act earlier. Auntie Xianyun is really something. She was so determined to help me. She didn't even care about making herself and Shanha appear foolish in front of my family. She truly knows how to look out for others. I still have a lot to learn.
As for the next step...
Oh no!
What's wrong, Gaming?
Don't tell me you're the ones footing the bill for all that tea. I can't let you do that.
Fret not. Reimbursements will be made.
Exactly. Think of it more as an investment, as Ningguang would say. We pooled together the Mora so that Charlotte could place the order. She's gonna bring it back to the Steambird as a gift, as well as a sample of the regional specialty. Fontanians will probably fall in love with your dad's tea as soon as they lay their eyes on Charlotte's article. And once all the money from the new orders begin to roll in, getting our Mora back will be a piece of cake.
Oh, okay. Business-related matters always seem to go over my head, but I refuse to let you all lose Mora on my behalf. I'll pay you back right now.
We can talk about such matters at a later date. There are more important matters for you to consider at the moment, are there not?
Yes. I've been thinking about it the whole way here. I have an idea, but I'd hate to cause even more trouble for all of you.
That is for us to decide.
Yeah, we're all friends here. Plus, we wouldn't be here if we didn't want to help, right? Just tell us about this idea of yours.
Okay. So, it's like this.
Got it. Just leave it to us.
Kuulostavat.
Let's split up and make it happen. We need to do those things we talked about, but we also still have the kite flying competition. Since Xiao already tested out those kites for us, why don't we also go buy one of those mechanical thingamabobs or whatever they're called? We can attach it to our kite.
Why would we ever? I don't want to cheat. I want to be natty. I don't want to use any enhanced performer.
Do your teas pair well with milk? What about sugar?
Eating sugar.
Can we skip that question?
What do you mean?
You would much prefer that the teas be made plain, I suppose. Perhaps you could provide some descriptions of their flavor profiles during the interview.
Ah, no problem.
Noted. Now then, let's discuss tea box design, shall we? Recently, I've learned a lot about traditional Liyue motifs and their deeper meanings. I was thinking if there was some way to integrate these motifs into the design of the exterior packaging.
Now that's an interesting idea. If you ask me, I would probably...
Take it easy.
Hello again.
Welcome back. I see you returned from your trip. I really do have to thank you for all your help from before. Thanks to you, my daughter was able to build a kite with her grandmother that very same day. She even wrote a long letter telling me how much she loved it.
Oh, you should really be thanking Gaming, not us.
I'll be sure to. And are you here to buy a kite? Please, take your pick.
Oh, we already have a kite. We wanted to buy one of those, device thingies from Fontaine. Do you sell them separately?
Ah, yes. Here you go. Please, take it, free of charge. The directions are in the box. It's not hard to install at all.
It doesn't feel right for us to just take it.
Well, nor would it feel right for me to take your Mora.
What do you mean?
Good luck in the kite flying competition. I'll be rooting for you.
All right then, thank you.
Nyt asennetaan tää.
It's done. Let's get down to business.
to defeat everyone else.
Looks like we finished everything we needed to do. Let's find a good place and put this thing into the sky.
Right here? Yo! Nyt jo. So cute. Pieni leija.
Come here, allow me.
Cute.
The lantern rite is as festive as ever.
Kuka sammutti valot?
Huh? Oh, what's going on?
Did something happen? What should we do? Oh, should we get the Millilith?
Yo! It's the Fire Nation. What the hell? He's standing in water. Äijä vaan potkii toisten lanterneita vittu. Ei joo. Aikamoista. There's my boy. No taas siitä yksi lantteri lisää. Charlotte. Ei oo.
Have I taken that many pictures already?
Ei oo, where are you pointing at? Says me.
Wait, the wind.
Oh my gosh.
Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite.
You little lesbians. So sweet. So cute. So nice.
Robin's performance was so cool, Paimon almost wanted to join in. You saw that, right, Traveler?
Näin minkä?
Let's go find him. Oh, he's over there, talking to his dad.
Mä vaan keskityin kauniisiin naisiin. Missä vitus? Sitten jotain 10 minuuttia. Me kokeillaan mitä toi 5 näyttää. Viisi minuuttia oli just tarpeeksi. Maybe I'll post it, maybe I don't. Who knows, who knows.
I think I'll head off now, if that's okay.
Thank you, little girl.
Little girl.
Do you want us to walk you back?
No thanks.
No need, no need. Master is waiting for me right over there.
Master? Hey, I know that woman. Father. Can you appreciate me now, father?
Son.
Ei mä sanonut Gaming. Washi Woping Shilling.
I suppose I'll go first this time.
Okay.
Okay, Dad.
Your performance. I've seen many wushou dances in my time, but I've got to admit, what you pulled off there was breathtaking.
Wow.
Wow, Dad.
I never thought I'd live to hear you say that.
You're serious about doing this professionally?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The fuck?
I know it'll be difficult, but...
Then it doesn't matter. What I mean to say is, of course it'll be difficult. But if that's your decision, if that's your dream, then it doesn't matter how difficult it is. As long as you put in the work, then any obstacle can be overcome in time. Really, when I was young, I also... Actually, how about we save that story of my past for another time?
No mitä helvettiä, sä olisit voinut linkkaa sun pojan kanssa.
My mind. Much like this kite, you also deserve to soar to new heights.
Dad, that's so sweet.
Son.
Son? Haven't heard that in a while.
Tämän sinä kuulit äsken
You're
juuri.
wondering what's gotten into me saying all this.
Well, a little bit, yeah.
Anyway, I know I've never found the chance to say this before, but to me, Gaming, you've always been a great kid.
You just couldn't say you loved him.
All right, that's everything I've got. Did you have something you wanted to say, or...
So sweet. Sweet baby boy.
Seeing the two of them talk things through like this really gives Paimon a sense of accomplishment.
Yep. It was all because of you. Give yourself a pat on the back, boyman.
Now go.
And never come
Over
back.
there. Your friends are still waiting for you.
Huh? But you came all this way.
I'll be staying in Liyue Harbor for a bit longer. When you have time, we can grab dim sum together. Your treat, right?
Dad, honestly.
I'm broke as fuck. Mä oon ottanut kaikki pikalainalla.
Go.
Okay, then I'm off. See you soon.
Sepä.
That's quite the smile you've got there, Gaming.
Really?
It's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
I'd like to find and thank Auntie Xinyun, as well as everyone else who's helped me out. If everyone has time, maybe we could all get together and go fly a kite.
Yep. Faija. Hän ei ole täällä. Onks kukaan muu täällä?
Take it easy.
Kato, Charlotte.
Oh, Lantern Rite was simply amazing. I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight.
About the mechanical vertical lifting device.
Oh, that?
Miksi tässä on tämmönen?
Interesting story. It was invented by a guy from Fontaine. His name is Eloisia. He's always tinkering away at some mechanism or another. He's even asked the Steambird to write about his inventions on more than one occasion. I believe I have a direct quote from him about this particular one. Yes, here it is. The device is powered entirely by mechanical components without the need for any additional energy source. Basically, it's a manually operated cranking device.
Cranking?
How high it can fly entirely depends on how much force you can exert. Combining this invention with a kite. What a great idea, right?
About the interview and working together with gaming's father.
My conversation with Mr. Ip went really well. I've already sent the first draft of my article back to the Steambird. It's a piece that contains all the pertinent information while also telling a story. I'm quite proud of it. That reminds me, I should thank everyone who made this possible for me. Especially that spirited lady with those peculiar turns of phrase. Miss Shenyun was her name, right? It was all thanks to your connections and creativity. I would have never thought I'd be able to bring such a special gift back to Fontaine with me.
About Lantern Rite.
This was my first time experiencing a foreign holiday in person. It was so exciting! The festive atmosphere, the contagious holiday spirit, the profound, storied cultural traditions steeped in symbolism. Oh, I almost forgot. Kuching even gave me a kite with a poem on it that she wrote herself.
Lesbians.
Dreams are like paper kites. With them do our hopes take flight. Sailing high above the clouds, they yearn for something more profound. Yet try we may and try we might. A deeper truth waits in plain sight. Though we hang our hopes in skies abound, many joys lie on the ground. I want to include this poem in my special feature on Lantern Rite. I'm sure a lot of people will love it.
Until next time, Charlotte.
Yep, and happy Lantern Rite to you.
Happy Lantern Rite, Charlotte. Anyone else? What is this? Täällä on joku peli. Leijona tanssipeli. Okay. 2 days later. En kato ikinä pääsemään Genshinistä pois. Huutistau! No thanks. Jätä loose. Loose and lately. Literally ollaan biletetty koko vitun saatanan viikko tai kauan ikinä tää paska kestääkään. Hold on. 2. Me ollaan literally oltu jo viikko tässä niinku bilettää. Mitä helvettiä toi paska selittää. Cream? Who is screaming?
Huh? Did you hear that? Sunshine! Blue skies! Good vibes!
I heard it too. Something about bullet fruit and good vibes.
What? So Paimon wasn't just hearing things. That voice sounds really familiar. Well, we've got the time. Why don't we go check it out?
Okay, let's go see what's up. You and Paimon make your way up the mountain in search of the source of the shouting. As far as you can make out, it's almonds, teas, and cocoa paste day. Sounds delicious, that's for sure. The lively voice invigorates your steps and you ascend the mountain in no time. Oh shit! Queen! Just left and right.
Well, if it isn't my dear partners. See, I told you that something good was going
Milloin
to
tuut
happen during our travels today.
pullattavaksi? I need to pull.
Sometimes the Steambird's astrology column is spot on.
It's just your lucky day.
Yes,
you guys
my
also
lucky
here
day.
to catch the festivities? Oh, and that reminds me. Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite. And to you.
Happy Lantern Rite to you too! Wait, if you're here for Lantern Rite, then what are you doing on top of this deserted mountain? And that voice we heard, that was you, right, Navia?
Yes, Chlorine would never shout.
Oh, impressive. You could tell it was me from that far away. You've got good ears.
That or your voice is just really loud.
Hän olisi hyvä tubettaja.
Well, of course it is. After all, I'm a boss.
What do you mean?
Indeed. I suppose it's an asset.
Sure is! Having a loud voice is a handy tool when it comes to communication.
Jep.
Wait. That wasn't even Paimon's point.
Varsinkin jos ne on huonoja
Know
työntekijöitä.
why you two were shouting from the top of this deserted mountain. There was something about almonds, maybe? And buell fruit? Ooh, is it some sort of secret code?
No, it's not a code. The words are meaningless.
Perhaps, but the act of shouting was very meaningful indeed.
Ja on silloin kuulla, kun se kaikuu.
Climbers do, right? After all the hard work it takes to make it to the top, as you stand on the summit looking out at the vast scenery, it's not easy to resist the urge to release those emotions.
I see, so it's not what you were shouting that matters, but the act of shouting itself.
Exactly. You get me, partner.
Yes, me.
I was afraid that it would cause a disturbance, so I asked the locals around here, and they said it was fine. Apparently most hikers like to shout when they get to the top, so the locals are used to it by now. So, you see, it's not just me. I guess everyone shouts from the top of a mountain at some point in their life.
Speak for yourself.
I would never stoop so low.
Do you ever just get the urge to do something for no reason?
Not really. If I ever get stressed, I just go hunting.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to relieve stress.
I guess.
What I choose to hunt depends on my mood.
Huh?
Joskus ihmisiä, joskus jäniksiä, joskus elefantteja.
Anyway, why don't you two give it a try? Shout anything you want. It's a real stress reliever.
As long as Paimon has clothes on her back and food in her belly, Paimon doesn't think there's any stress that needs relieving.
Are you sure about that? And I prefer to keep things bottled up. Aha! Just like a man.
I bet you guys are just too embarrassed to let loose.
Yeah, that's
no
it.
need to be shy. Even Farina was shouting from the top of this mountain earlier.
Vittu mitä? She's here too. Whoo!
Huh? Did Paimon hear that right? Farina's also here? In Qiaoying Village?
Believe in your ears. It is indeed as you heard. Actually, the reason we climbed this mountain in the first place was also because we heard the sound of shouting.
Yes, we could just about make out someone yelling things like, "Help me!" and "What should I do?" So we hurried up here to check it out. And what do you know? Miss Farina was standing right there, all red in the face. She practically sprinted back down the mountain the minute she saw us.
That reminds me. I believe what she actually said was, "So help me, I will figure out what I should do about this script."
You could actually hear what she was saying? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone was really in trouble.
I figured we would come check out the situation either way. Why not let her keep some privacy?
Oh, seems like you caught Farina in the middle of some stress relief as well. She probably would have never thought. No, she definitely would have never thought she would run into anyone she knew all the way out here.
Was she alone?
I think so. We ran into Nervalet on the way here as well, but he was already on his way back, so they probably weren't together.
Aha.
Nervalet was here too?
So many people from Fontaine.
What was he doing here? It couldn't have been for vacation.
I think it just might have been, actually. But apparently he only stayed for half a day before heading back.
Aha.
He's a very busy man.
Nervalet is not the type to take much time off. Taking even a half day for himself is already a huge step in the right direction.
Didn't Charlotte publish an article on the Liyue tea industry recently? Maybe he was inspired to come buy some tea after reading that article. You know, just like you were.
My situation is completely different. I'm here because I was asked to accompany you. The tea purchase is simply an
By who?
added bonus of this location.
You Fontainians and your tea drinking.
Oh, it's not for me. I lost a bet with Ridesley,
Oh.
and now I have to buy him something.
You made a bet? Seems like a fitting gift.
It was just a spur-of-the-moment sort of bet.
Mm-hmm.
Ridesley gets really invested in that sort of thing, but he couldn't care less about what he wins in the end. You could give him mint plants that you plucked from the side of the road, and he wouldn't even mind.
If only he was that easygoing when it came to talking business. In any case, I'm pretty sure the tea you bought is this region's specialty. What is it called again? Nervalet even mentioned it earlier.
Sunglow tea. Buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Yes, that's the one.
You didn't really buy 10 boxes, did you?
Please, do I look like someone who would fall for that sort of marketing trap?
That reminds me. You guys said you only came up here because you heard my voice, right? I hope it didn't put you out. You must have had other plans for the day.
Oh, that's right. Who knows?
No, skip that bitch, skip that bitch, skip that bitch. We hanging out with these ladies now.
Was going to be in Chaoying Village, so we decided to come and see if we could run into her.
And we ran into 10 times better people.
Oh dear. We've been chatting for quite some time.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry for keeping you.
No. I am blessed right now. No harm there, partner.
That's good.
Yeehaw.
We should probably head out and look for Hu Tao.
No.
No need to stay on our account.
Yes, we do.
Got up here, so we're gonna stay around for a little longer.
I can hang out here too. It's a nice spring day.
We can meet up in Chaoying Village later.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Sounds good. We're gonna head down the mountain then. See you later.
Meillä on kiire mihinkään, aurinko paistaa, tuulee. Naiset naisoi.
What do I have to do to get you to yell from the top of this mountain? Name your price.
No siis.
You really want to hear it that bad, huh?
I'm just curious is all. I have a feeling you'll say something amazing.
I guess there is something you could do.
I will pass. I prefer to let actions speak louder than words.
Niin, actions. There's some actions you need to perform, Naavia. Vai mitä? Hihihi. Otetaan yhteiskuvaa. Noin. Väärin. Kiitos. Näkemiin. Now, hold on just a moment, just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. Kiitos. Okay, now I go. But before I go, I must not! Okay, now I go. Siellä se vitun furri on with John Lee. Doggy.
tea. But you know what else they have with tea? That's right, dim sum!
And then some. Yeah, that is fine.
Didn't Gaming say something about dim sum being eaten in the morning? Oh, Paimon wonders if we can still get some at this time of day.
Afternoon tea might be more appropriate at this point.
Oh, well that's fine too. Paimon doesn't care what kind of tea it is as long as it comes with some tasty snacks. Now let's see.
There is some tasty snacks up on that mountain, Paimon.
Around here. Paimon's not seeing things, is she? Is that Farina standing between Zhongli and Hu Tao?
Sitä voisi melkein sanoa kiinalaiseksi voileiväksi. Hiha hiha. Whoa! Judging based on the hair, I'd say so.
Wonder what they're talking about.
Politics.
Zhongli knows a lot of stuff. Maybe he's telling Farina about Chaoying Village. Oh, or maybe Hu Tao is trying to rope Farina into being one of her clients.
Wanna make a bet?
Hey, this isn't the Fortress of Meropide.
Bitch, please.
But Paimon could be convinced for the right price. Let's say loser buys the winner 3 huge bowls of seafood kanji. Since Zhongli is there, Paimon bets things are pretty tame. It's decided then. Paimon votes for tour guide Zhongli.
Then I vote for Hustler Hu Tao.
Alright, no time to waste. Let's go see who's right.
Ja sit mä sanoin silleen, että go fuck yourself.
Oh, great. Now Paimon's shouting too.
Oh, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Seems like our luck just keeps on growing.
That we were able to meet you both without prior arrangement must mean that this is quite the serendipitous meeting indeed.
Huh? Oh, so both of you are acquainted with the traveler.
Obviously. I know fucking everybody. How many times do we have to say that shit? I have keenly felt the passage of time since our last meeting. So many chums all in one place. Chums, vittu.
Looks like someone's learned a thing or two from Zhongli.
Like what?
I must admit, I am a bit surprised to see you here, traveler.
How?
But seeing as
Olen kirjaimellisesti Mr. Worldwide.
been all over to that, it makes sense that you would be well traveled. Since we have found ourselves in each other's company within this fertile land,
Fertile.
allow me to take this opportunity to wish you a happy lantern rite.
Happy letter.
It appears you have been to Fontaine then.
Obviously, Zhongli, what the fuck?
Given your proclivity to spread good deeds wherever you go.
If it exists, I've been there. If they exist, I've seen them, met them.
Illustrious and celebrated as Miss Farina.
That's quite high praise. What I mean to say is, you flatter me, Mr. Zhongli. Although I've built up a certain following within Fontaine, it is no reflection of strength or wisdom. I stand before you right now as nothing more than an ordinary traveler in search of beautiful scenery and creative inspiration. There is definitely more to Mr. Zhongli than meets the eye. I could tell as much from our conversation earlier. Given his breadth of knowledge on both academic and worldly matters, there's no way he hasn't heard about what happened in Fontaine. Is
Kuitenkaan
he
se ei oo.
just feigning ignorance for my benefit?
He doesn't care.
No. Aya. You're no common
Aya.
tourist. I simply won't have you talk about yourself that way.
Oh, does that mean Hu Tao also knows?
You may not have heard, friends, but...
Miss Hu Tao.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Kuulostaa ihan Sydneyltä. Did you hear that, Paimon? She's Hutau's esteemed client.
Okay, you win.
Sä oot mul velkaa ässiksi.
Guess Paimon will have to break into the hidden stash at the bottom of her shoe.
That vittu, you have one.
What's this about winning something? Don't tell me. You two were placing bets on us?
Yes, sir. It was Paimon's idea. What the fuck, own it.
Saw you guys standing on the side of the road and couldn't help but take guesses as to what you were talking about.
Oh, I see. That means you, my friend, must have guessed that I was trying to promote my business to Miss Farina.
Well, you know me.
That I do, my friend. What was Paimon's guess then?
Paimon thought Zhongli was showing the newbie around.
By newbie, you mean me, right?
Yep.
If that's the case, then Paimon's guess was also correct.
Hey, yo, we both won.
That's right. Mr. Zhongli was telling me about some great sightseeing spots in the area.
You see? Paimon was right too. Since both of our guesses were right, there can't be a winner or a loser.
Tasapeliä ei hyväksytä. Fine, keep your secret stash.
Hey, don't be upset, traveler.
I'm poor.
How about this? You buy Paimonable and Paimon will also buy youable.
Plus miinus nolla. Jaimme sen puokkiin.
Since I was the subject of the bet, perhaps it should go to me?
No.
So congratulations for the huge deal I just
No. How about you go and fuck yourself? The fuck? I'll buy you a ball. No. Tämä questi loppuu nyt. Mitä helvettiä? Everybody go home. Mitä vittua videopeli?
I was just joking. Anyway,
Huono vitsi. You got the whole squad laughing.
The funeral parlor is about to bring in quite the sum after all.
Niinpä. Anna mulle rahaa ja tähti taivas.
Something happened recently, Farina?
Yep. Everybody attacked me in fucking phone rain.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you know, with you enlisting the service.
Enlisting in the army.
Parlor and all.
Oh, well, yes.
Puolet Fontaineista kuoli.
Oh no. Paimon is so sorry for your loss. Although Paimon may have not known the person, please accept Paimon's deepest.
Whoa, it's not like that, Paimon.
Huh? But Paimon just thought, since you hired the services of a funeral parlor and all. Hey, it's not that big of a stretch.
Really, Paimon? It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like I know anyone who would ask me to coordinate their funeral? Miss Hutao is simply helping prepare some props for my film. Not too long ago, I read a collection of horror stories from the
Hey yo.
The content was
Junji
spectacular.
Ito.
In fact, I still feel the need to sleep with the light on even now. Anyway, that's not the point. Now that Fontaine's biggest star has returned to the stage, I figured it's about time the industry enjoyed a breath of fresh air.
You might even call it a breath of fresh air. Mitä? Air or terror? What?
Hey, that's pretty good. I'll have to remember that for my ad posters.
Mä haluan oman osuuteen tuotosta.
So, did you come to Liyue just to enlist the services of Longsheng Funeral Parlor?
Well, not exactly. My original plan was to just relax and enjoy the sights. But then I ran into Miss Hutao and Mr. Zhongli, and well, you know the rest. I suppose it was meant to be.
It was a fated meeting indeed.
Zhongli sure loves his lofty turns of phrase. But if you ask me, it's all thanks to that man who stopped to ask for directions.
Oh? Who was it?
Gaming in fire.
You know. Wanna take a guess?
Let me think, it was no letter, wasn't it?
What? How did you guess that on your first try?
Because we knew he was here.
Very impressive, my friend. Your guessing game is spot on today.
I didn't guess, I knew. You tell about your encounter with Navy and Cloran at the top of the mountain. One look at a pitiful expression on Fiorina's face is enough to convince you to leave out the part about the shouting.
Huh. Paimon never thought Neuvillette would be the type to get lost.
I'm sure he didn't get lost. Even I was able to find my way to this place without any trouble. He was already getting ready to leave by the time I arrived. He just wanted to ask someone about the quickest way to get back to Fontaine.
Yup, that's exactly what he asked. This area is full of mountains and rivers. It's normal to not know the fastest route.
For him, though, swimming would probably be the fastest route of them all. Eikö voisi vittu lentää?
So, were you the one that pointed him in the right direction, Hutel?
Of course. I'm also a guide of sorts, you know. So naturally, I also have a great sense of direction. But speaking of your friend...
What about him?
He doesn't get out much, does he?
No, he doesn't.
No wonder. He was stiff as a board and way too polite. I would have never guessed he was here on vacation if you hadn't told me.
All in all, he was only here for half a day. I'm pretty sure he's the only one who would consider that to be a vacation.
Oh? This gentleman you speak of must keep a demanding schedule.
I'm sure he does. You didn't see him, but he was dressed like he was about to attend some important meeting. It wasn't anything like what someone would wear on vacation.
Is that so?
Wait, you didn't see him, Jean-Louis?
Imagine if he would.
At the time, it
Would he
appears
know?
that Director Hu and Miss Farina were having quite the productive conversation. I know matters of business can take much discussion, so I decided to fetch some tea for them.
What a shame. That gentleman seemed like a sophisticated sort of guy. I actually think you two would have hit it off.
Is that so?
I can't wait for them to meet. Judging by how Jean-Louis is acting and taking into consideration Neuvillette's true identity, could Jean-Louis have been avoiding him on purpose? Ei kai nyt sentään. Oh, I see. It is what it is. It's truly a pity.
To borrow Miss Farina's turn of phrase, perhaps it just wasn't meant to be.
Niin, koska ne haluaa näyttää sen tässä
Well,
pelissä.
with the traveler around, I'm sure you'll have a chance to get to know each other at some point.
That's right. He's got more friends than he knows what to do with.
Niinpä. Yhdenkään kanssa en olisi saanut harrastaa seksiä. Mitä? I have a certain charm about me, and it's not because I am written that way. I'm good with people.
Well, that's certainly true. Oh, that reminds me. If you get the chance, you should try and talk to Neuvillette into loosening up a bit. Just tell him the Palais Mermonia isn't going to fall apart if he disappears for a few days. He shouldn't keep himself cooped up all the time. Even clams open their shells to let in fresh water every once in a while, right? If he's really that much of a stickler for protocol, he can fill out a leave of absence request. He'd have to approve it himself since he handles that sort of thing now, but you know what I mean.
Se voi antaa itselleen loma. That does make sense.
Seems like this gentleman is also in charge of something pretty important.
Mitä vittu nyt taas? He's the fair and impartial Judex of Fontaine, head of the highest court in the land, otherwise known as the demon who controls all the paperwork in Fontaine.
I've never heard of a demon that boring before. In my experience, a leader needs to be able to roll with the punches. That also includes knowing when and what to prioritize. It seems like your friend still has a lot of growing to do.
Growing?
If I remember correctly, he's already several thousands of years old.
Yes, he is.
You're quite right, Miss Hutal.
Oh?
Mä jo luulin.
Traveler, Miss Farina. Those two
Oh!
individuals over there appear to recognize you.
Finally some good content.
It's Navia and Cloran. Hey,
saw you all chatting over here, and we're wondering if we could join in.
Anytime.
Please, excuse the interruption.
Oh, so polite. No apologies necessary. Any friend of the Traveler and Miss Farina is a friend of mine.
Ah, straight to the point. I like it.
Everyone circles around you and begins to introduce themselves. Huutao's eyes light up when she hears about Cloran's profession. But a quick explanation from Farina Navia seems to dispel some of her more misguided ideas.
It's getting late. If we want to catch a boat back before dark, we should probably get going.
Indeed. Then, Miss Farina.
Oh, yes?
When are you planning to head back? Do you need us to escort you?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. I mean, you're not my subordinate anymore. You don't need to look after me.
I didn't mean it that way. It's normal for friends to travel
Oh.
home together if they run into each other on the road.
There are a lot of mountainous roads in this area. I imagine they'll be even harder to navigate after dark.
Exactly. Just like in those ghost stories. 8 paths converge in a wood. Beside them an old house is stood. If you dare to go inside, not a soul will greet you.
Why are you breathing so heavily?
If you take a closer look, there may be something you mistook.
Can you stop?
A candle flickers to and fro, yet there is no wind to make it so. What is its secret? What could it mean? In this wood, where mystery screams. Ooh. My dear demoiselles, ladies, no, I mean friends, please take me with you.
Of course.
Farina!
Gotta say, Farina, you are really quite the character. By the way, did I hear you mention that Clorand used to work under you? Then you must have also been.
I wanna
at
work
some
under
point.
Clorand.
Well, that's, all in the past now. Besides, being a leader is hard. It wasn't the right job for me. I prefer how things are now. I can come and go as I please, and get to enjoy the sweet taste of freedom.
Minäkin haluaisin
I see.
maistaa sweet
Well,
taste of...
you've certainly picked an apt place to relax. Chaoying Village is an exemplary choice.
Well, have you all had a good time?
Only the best. And I've learned a lot, too. Thank you so much, Miss Hutao and Mr. Zhongli. It's fine. You've thanked us more than enough already. The next time you're in this neck of the woods, I'll treat you to some dim sum in the city. Dim sum? Is that some kind of Liyue term for snacks or desserts? They are a part of it. It's basically a table full of as much tea, sweets, and good company as you can manage. Oh, so it's basically a tea party. Sounds great. Make sure to order the winter melon cake and the lotus flower crisp. They're so sweet and delicious. Paimon knows you'll love them. Ooh, okay. I'll be looking forward to it then. Wait, but didn't you guys say you were here on vacation? How come you're all going home empty-handed?
You're not bringing home any souvenirs.
Of course I am. I bought tons of fun things to bring home with me.
Can you bring me?
A parasol, a little tin frog that jumps. Oh, and a stuffed toy of a mythical beast.
Swanny?
Clorand is the one who didn't buy anything for herself.
So, all you're bringing back with you is that tea?
And some tea-flavored hard candies. They're for Sijuin.
Clorand isn't much of a shopaholic.
Well, one
Minä
of us has
ostan
to
hänelle
practice
jotain.
Hey, I'm hardly reckless with my Mora. I'll have you know, all the purchases I made today were well within my budget.
Me who's about to drop $40 on fucking skins in this game. What about you, Vruna?
Me? Oh, well, I bought some tea, of course.
Of course.
I just had to try all the varieties recommended in the Steam Bird. Other than that, just some bits and bobs, you know.
Bobs?
A little bit of this, little bit of that. They should all be things I can use, I think.
So you fell for a few marketing traps then?
Now Paimon's even more confused. If you bought that much stuff, where did it all go? Into one of Linny's magic packets?
Oh, actually...
Monsieur Neuvillette took them with him.
Oh.
Oh, so that's what happened. Wait, what? Why did he take them? He's not hoarding treasure, is he?
That's quite the imagination you've got there, Paimon. Monsieur Neuvillette just saw the amount of bags we had and offered to take them back for us. I felt a bit bad at first, but, I really did have a lot of stuff.
He even offered to deliver my gifts to the Fortress of Maripede for me once he's done with the day's work. Neuvillette is a man of his word. If he says he can do something, then he means it.
See, even Clorand was happy to take him up on his offer. If even his trusty subordinate agreed, then who was I to refuse?
Wow, he seems like a real gentleman. Maybe he's not as uptight as I thought. If only the funeral parlor had an employee as thoughtful, proactive, and responsible as him. Right, Zhongli?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Indeed.
Clorand said Neuvillette offered to deliver her
Vitu
gifts to
huutis.
Maripede. So if we go to the entrance of the Fortress of Maripede, maybe we'll run into Neuvillette. But we don't know exactly when he'll show up.
Among Us.
Oh, that reminds me. A new year of work is about to begin. If there's anything you want to talk about, Zhongli,
She has
you know you can come to me.
little to no
I'm all
ass.
ears.
Does the director have any concerns?
It just seemed like you were a bit preoccupied today.
Daddy long
and much less talkative than usual. You barely said anything other than, "Is that so?" and "Indeed." If you ask me, I'd say you're having a midlife crisis. You're getting to be around that age after all.
Is that so? I jest. Given its distance from the city, Chaoying Village enjoys a much slower pace of life. Surrounded by such peace and tranquility, I also seem to have developed a proclivity for inactivity. I apologize for making you worry.
I see. What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a lazy mood too?
Out of mind, out of sight. Different words should not collide. Worlds.
Wow, you are getting really good at these kinds of lines.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Quake!
Well, everyone, make sure that you've got all your belongings with you before we leave. If there's any souvenirs anyone still wants to buy, the time is now.
The time's now.
Reliable as ever, Miss President.
Miss President.
What is that supposed to mean?
Clorand is right, though. You really are reliable.
It's not what she's saying, it's the way she's saying it.
I will say, but I never thought you'd be so easygoing outside of work, Clorand. The tone of voice you use when you're working doesn't exactly make you seem like the type who enjoys interacting with people.
Well, I try to keep my professional and private life separate. That includes my behavior.
You take care now, Traveler. Paimon.
Don't worry, your partner is very strong.
Trying to act cool now, are we? Well, I guess it's not an act for you, is it?
No, I'm the very
You are
coolest.
indeed quite strong.
Kiitos, Clorand. Kiitos.
It's been great talking to you all. I'm really glad I decided to come to Chaoying Village. Maybe we could go on another trip together sometime?
Minä menen heidän kanssaan mihin tahansa, mutta sinun kanssa minä en mene mihinkään. Növlet. Jaahas. Tänne asti. Teemme. Siellähän on menossa Vriodeslein luokse.
Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our last meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Neuvillette?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day. I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Chaoying Village for half a day?
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Chaoying Village. I see. Thank you for informing me.
So did you deliver the gifts?
Yes, they have been safely delivered.
I have to hand it to Cloran. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
He already did it, just accept it.
This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
About that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why? What happened?
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Ah, that explains it then. Well, go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
You have my thanks. Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts. So I decided to have a go.
Oh.
We joked with Cloran some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
Ah, So that's what this is about.
I did not expect you to remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
It is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment. Well, a gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the fortress's showroom.
Surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sijuin has collected.
That sounds good to me.
So that's what you were doing in Chaoying Village.
Indeed. Of course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to taste the local spring water.
Spring water.
The aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion.
That's what's gonna
If you
happen.
want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere.
As they say in Liyue, a balance between work and play is sure to keep your troubles at bay.
Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is justified.
If you say so, but you know you don't have to justify a vacation, right? You can just take one. After all, you're hardly bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration. However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once.
And how was it?
Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well. Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape. In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted. But now, I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
Wow, hieno kahvakuula. Kahvakuula mitä? Ihmettä. Tämä on kyllä tosi kivan näköinen. Oh wow, what a big ladle? Yaddle?
That's a ladle?
Ladle.
I thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
That was indeed one of my inspirations.
It's amazing. The colors are really matches your style.
Really? You like it?
Yes.
To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve. Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order. But I'm afraid this is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is.
Can I really keep this? You made it by hand and everything?
That is precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted.
Then I accept. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite. Oh, that reminds me.
Approve a leave of absence request for myself. That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence. Something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point.
Ehkä teidän pitää tehdä lakiin joku juttu.
To refrain from personal outings does in part originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover.
I could have told you that. Sepä kauan. Se on minun. Back to the fucking village?
Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
My man, thank you. I appreciate that. Hyvällä sen riitti. Mr. Phil. Kilpikonna. Bling bling. Äijillä oli pitkät piuhat. Kesti niin kauan reagoida. Mujään.
Take it easy.
Täh? Kuka vittu sä oot? Mitä vittua sä haluut? Guess I'll answer some messages. Mitäs vitussa ei ole jossain? What the fuck am I doing here? Miksei tää sanonut, että se loppuu? Mitä vittua? Don't worry. One man, thank you. I appreciate that. Hyvällä sen riitti. Mr. Phil. Mitä vittua? Did I miss that? Onko se joku aikaisemmin? Siellä. Joo. Minä menen heidän kanssa. No, we're...
Upon his offer,
What the fuck are you talking about? Ehkä se oli vaan sitten ton 3 jälkeen, kun se tuli se juttu, että toi oli vaan jotain ekstra paskaa. Let's do this.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
So, what's going on here? Weng Shun. Kivat hiukset. Super cool. Ah. This game. Vittu näitä on paljon. Soup. Tässä mä tehdä näin. Vittu kuupa saatana. Joo. Mä henkin osaa työntää. Nyt tarvitaan toi avain. Voi nyt vittu. Let me put some tunes on. Hyä! I don't even know who you are. I think I fucked up something. Okei, toi ei toimi. Mä en ajatellut tätä. Mitä sä teet? Vittu paskaa. No. No. Aha, eli mä siirsin tän laatikolta päin vittuun. Okei, tässä menee aikaa ennen kuin mitään supporttia. I literally don't know what's the difference, mutta... Oi! No ainakin mä pääsen siitä nyt eroon. get up on this. Tää on joku tämmönen peli, voi vittu. Poika, jos et sinä... Get fucked, Sorna. You K-pop whore! Now I got fucked myself. Bitch! I swear. I give you a very unpleasant left and right. Miksi näitä on näin paljon? Born to be. I might just change things up. Alright, let's put some shit on. Saatte tietää, mitä mä teen silloin, kun mä en striimaa.
Tiedät tunteen, kun kipu ja kuume alkaa hellittää. Panadol ja toipuminen voi alkaa.
Toipuminen voi alkaa.
Kaikki Joustaportin hyvin tuotteet
Dime.
ovat sokeroimattomia, eivätkä sisällä makeutusaineita.
Pihlontaa voi aiheuttaa erilaiset kylmät ruuat ja juomat. Pihlonnasta ei tarvitse missään nimessä kärsiä. Suosittelen sensoleen hammastahnaa, koska se oikeasti auttaa. On tosi helpottava.
Voitko painaa ready, Dime? You fucking chocolate loving bitch.
hyvinvointiin. Sopivasti vitamiineja, kivennäisaineita ja proteiinia.
Kiitos.
Eli kaikkea hyvää. Terveisin Eloisa.
No, kryptot sulaa. Pakko likvidoida. Mun täytyy nyt kyllä varmaan mennä.
Mut jostahan me tultiin?
Ei auta, kun säästöt sulaa. Sunkin pitäis kyllä sijoittaa.
Mä sijoitan Lähitapiolassa.
Bitch, sä oot ihan vitun perseestä. What the fuck is wrong with you, vittu? We can both stay on the same platform!
Tapiolan kautta voi myös sijoittaa. Pitkäjänteisesti ja hötkyilemättä. Lähitapiola. Samalla puolella.
Miksi te ootte perseestä, vitun kiinalaisen pelin pelaajat? Te ootte ihan perseestä. Holy fucking shit, what is wrong with you? Vittuun täältä, saatana. I hate this game mode. Mikä teit vaivaa?
Se ja toi. Et sä muista, mitä aina teki Danielalle? Työn sen alas portaita. No niin, annapa poika olla.
Antapaakas pojat olla, vittu.
Ootteko te kaksi yhdessä? Parasta, että selvität tätä keskenään.
Ainoa. Kiitti. Mitä säkin vaan ilmestyt tänne?
You wanna play this game? We can play this game, bitch.
Oota, mennään yhtä matkaa.
Fucking whore.
Tule sua.
No. Mitä nyt? Onko tukka huonosti?
No ei, tukkaa hyvin. Sä oot ollut vähän siipimaassa.
Painukaa vittuun. You like this shit, huh?
Tulin äsken mun kauppani, tai sinun kauppasi ohi. Ja siellä oli lappu luukulla. Suljettu pysyvästi.
Asia on, niin kuin siinä lapussa lukee.
No jos kaikki olla kavereita, mutta teille ei kelpaa.
Kajanderit ostaa nyt täytettä takoihinsa, takka sienisellä se täysmaitoa, perunamuusta.
Vitun dime.
Ei ole toista samanlaista. Eikä niin lähde.
Ismo, mä olen pahoillani. Tää meni nyt näin.
Sä olet pettänyt mun luottamuksen. Ja koko naapuruston luottamuksen.
Hei, anna vaarin nyt olla.
Mä en halua enää ikinä pelata.
Mä tulin vaan juttelemaan. Ei ollut tarkoitus tuppautua tai sotkea mitään enempää. Mä en tiennyt, että sulla ja Ainolla on juttua.
En minäkään. Hei, nyt ei puhuta musta.
Mä haluaisin olla osa sun ja Lailan elämää. Missä se muuten on?
Oon kuule onnellinen, että se ottaa. Se sanoi sulle suoraan sanoa. Sä näit jonkin Keravalle ilman mitään selityksiä.
The hero's valor
Eli
ripples
siellä ihan
through his
tyytyväisenä
robes.
ilman meitä.
His garments steeped in the spirit of the bamboo groves.
Mäkään en halua, että Laila ja Matias joutuu pettymään uudestaan. Täällä on vasta nippanappa päästy yli sun lähdöstä. Joten parempi, että lähdet nyt. Ja pysyt poissa.
The hero's valor ripples.
Onko sä samaa mieltä?
Olen.
Mä en halua palata Keravalle. Enkä mä oikeastaan edes voi. Mä erosin Ramista.
Ai. Et kai sä nyt luule, että sä tänne pääst asumaan.
No en tietenkään. Mä muutin tuohon alakertaan. Elinan asuntoon.
Mitä?
Alkaako stressitasot hellittää?
No pikkuhiljaa.
Se ottaa aikaa. Haluaisit sä, että mä järjestäisin sulle keskustelua?
Ei kiitos.
Miss vitus?
Kuitenkin kidnappattiin. Ties mitä JP olisi tehnyt, jos sitä ei
Mä
olisi.
pärjään. Mä oon saanut apua jo enemmän kuin tarpeeksi. Marianna pelasti mun hengen ja sinä ja Ismo olette koko ajan paapumassa.
Puhumattakaan Joonatanista. Tiesit sä, että se on semmonen ritari?
No oli mulla ehkä jonkinlainen aavistus, mutta oli se silti aika crazyä.
Se huijas Nellaa, että se pääsi karkaamaan sairaalasta pelastamaan sua. Ja olihan sekin Olikin tietysti aika romanttista, miten sä valvoit sen vuoteen vieressä leikkauksen jälkeen.
No, ootko kuullut vastavuoroisuudesta?
Tarkoitan vaan, että jos tässä joku vuosisadan romanssi on syntymässä, niin kyllä sä voit mulle kertoa.
Vittu, mä otin -20 for that.
Ei mulla aikaa semmosille.
Tekeekö vielä kipeätä?
Meneekö se ikinä ohi?
Aha! I see how you play, Mr. Gaming.
Hei. Etetään sulle uusi mies. Joo.
Kauppiaana sä oot vastuussa monelle ihmiselle. Sä et voi laittaa kauppaa kiinni noin vain.
No Dahlia sen lappu sinne laittoi.
Ajattelitko sä yhtään kuinka moni ihminen tarvitsee sitä kauppaa just nyt? Mä en ois ikin maailmassa myynyt Dahlialle sitä kauppaa. Jos olisin tiennyt sen, että sä et vaivaudu pitämään sitä edes auki. Tiedätkö sä mikä kauppiaan kunnia on? Se on se, että asiakas. Se tulee aina ensin. Oli oma tilanne sitten mikä tahansa. Sä et kuule tiedä mun tilanteestani yhtään mitään. Saanko mä mennä nyt tänne saunaan? Olipas se röyhtiä ukko.
Says you.
Minä kun luulin, että Haarusta olisi minun elämäntyöni jatkajaksi.
Sä se tässä itsekäs oot. Sä et selkeästi ymmärrä mistään yhtään mitään. Vaadin rankasti sitä kauppaa ja asiakaspalvelua.
Ja minkä takia siellä on lappu loukulla?
Koska ei se voinut ottaa Dahlian lahjaa vastaan. Ei vaaria voi ostaa rahalla niin kuin ei muakaan. Että jos sä jotakuta haluat syyttää, niin syytä Dahliaa. Se kuvittelee, että raha ratkaisee aivan kaiken. Kauppa on ja pysyy kiinni. Ja se on sen naisen syytä.
Sanotaan nyt vaikka, että kotiisi murtaudutaan, kun olet ostoksilla. Se, että omistaa vahtikoira Kari,
vittu sä?
auttaa vähän. IF auttaa paljon. Tervetuloa IF-vakuutukseen.
1, 2, 3, lavanderos. Bueno y rápido. Ay, ay, ay. Tex-Mex lappa. Saarioinen.
Saarioinen.
Onko ihosi kuiva, ärtynyt ja herkkä? Aveno Skin Relief kosteusvoide rauhoittaa ihoa 60 sekunnissa. Se sisältää kolmoiskaurayhdisteen ja kosteuttaa 72
Ihan
tuntia.
vaihtaa.
Uusi Daily Moisturizing kosteuttaa ja suojaa normaalia ja kuivaa ihoa apteekissa.
Tää hyvältä näyttää, sä tiedät sen itsekin. Tosi hyvältä näyttää, eturessut tyhjensi. Tää hyvältä näyttää, ison...
Aina se räppää tuota Prismaa.
Kaikkea on. Myös verkossa. Tee ostokset ruoan verkkokaupassa.
Okay, pin bitch.
Moi, mitäpä tässä? Ota pullo! Ei pysty.
Sorry, brody. Sä olit uhri ton horon takia.
Mä oon ihan bonuksissa.
Laita liittymäsi Moihin. Nyt kaikista Moin liittymistä saa bonusta. Moi.fi/bonus.
Otit tänään
Sinne vaan vitun huoro.
askeleen hyvinvointisi tukemiseksi. Multitaps täydentää päivittäistä vitamiinien ja mineraalien saantiasi, jotta voisit hyvin mielin sanoa. Sä teit sen. Multitaps.
Itseoppinut kuvataiteilija ja ihmisoikeusaktivisti.
Kuulostaa kiireiseltä.
Kiireinen nainen.
On siellä kyllä muita hyviä puolia.
Vittu. Vittu. They talking about Shanna?
Eikä tää. Eläinlääkäri. Teillä olisi paljonkin yhteistä.
Eläinlääkäri. Se nyt on kuitenkin vähän eri asia kuin ihmislääkäri.
Ihmisen maksa ja naudan maksa on hyvin lähellä toisiaan.
Hani, tietäisitpä vaan.
No joo. Mutta te molemmat haluatte poistaa kärsimystä maailmasta. Musta se on aika kaunista.
Hei, anna olla, en mä jaksa tutustua kehenkään.
No sit vaan harrastat seksiä. Tohtori Hanin määräys.
Pitäisikö sunkin pyrkiä lääkikseen?
Pitäis. Okei, nyt vaan valitaan pari potentiaalisinta.
Hei, en mä oo valmis.
6 tonnia, broidi.
Mä ymmärrän. Sampa huijas sua aika pahasti. Vei rahat ja vei sydämen.
Sä oot selvästi asunut täällä liian kauan. Toihan oli ihan klassista laitella puhetta. Niin. Välillä mä haudun kostu. Ja sit välillä mä vaan itken.
Ehkä mä katson ton videon.
This is Shanyun, enabling new playstyle that deals tons of damage. And after making content for Genshin for such a long time, I'm honestly shocked how stuff like this makes Shanyun defy all expectations. And that's just one of many things you'll see in this video. I'll also show you her amazing gameplay and tricks, how to build her, what's the best way to utilize her plunge buff and damage, and of course, I'll showcase some of the most game-changing teams I've discovered. So, I don't usually get this excited, but I've been having so much fun with all the new teams Shanyun has enabled. Because what she basically does is that she can enable anyone to become a plunge damage dealer. And on top of that, she also provides this massive buff. So even the most unlikeliest of characters can start doing some crazy things. But let's start from the beginning. Let me show you her own personal potential. She's going to be using the Oathsworn Eye Catalyst weapon, as well as Verdescent Venereer Force Set, which has triple attack main stats, and as for her talents, both her skill and burst are raised to level 9, and of course, she's Constellation 0. Okay, so her skill is pretty interesting. By tapping it, she will do a jump, and this can be done up to 3 times. And then if you press the attack button, she will lock onto an enemy and do this dive bomb. Now for each jump you do, she deals more damage. So with 1 jump, it's around 3,200 damage, 2 jumps 4,200, and with 3 jumps, it's about 9,700. You'll notice these aren't crits. Well, honestly, don't expect her to crit that often. But if she does, you can see her most powerful triple jump dive
Fuck
bomb
you,
takes
vitun homo.
17,668 damage attack. So it's nothing amazing. Now, her skill does have some limitations. For example, you cannot start using it mid-air, unless it's the 2nd or 3rd jump. Also, when she lands on the ground, for a few seconds you can still press the attack button, and she'll still do that dive bomb attack regardless. But if you don't do the, well, I guess it's called Drift Cloud Wave Attack,
Okay.
her skill's cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds. Also, this skill always generates 5 particles, and it can create...
I will grieve you, bitch. Do not fucking try me.
Where you want to quickly generate the particles. Oh, and you'll notice that even the jump can do a small bit of damage, but it's negligible and only occurs once per enemy. What's also funny is that she gains immunity to fall damage while the skill lasts. The problem is that after you use the jump, it only lasts for 3 seconds, and I've tried my best to see if she can really survive fall damage when falling from high places, but it did not end up well for me. So I guess usually you will still need to rely on
Mikä
the
vitun
plunge attack to
hitbox?
survive the fall. But anyway, long story short, her skill will auto-lock onto an enemy when dive bombing. You can jump up to 3 times. It's not the greatest traversal ability, but it's pretty useful to quickly generate a lot of particles and apply some ammo on enemies. Now, she also has a passive where after she uses her skill and hits an enemy with Drift Cloud Wave, the party can then gain up to 10% plunge attack critical rate for 20 seconds, depending on how many enemies are hit. Although, I'm not sure if you can gain a second stack if you hit the same enemy 2 times within those 20 seconds, but overall, it's a nice buff for plunge attacks. Now, let's talk about her burst. It costs 70 energy, which is a bit expensive, and hence why I'm using a weapon with energy recharge passive, but when you first activate it, it will deal pitiful amount of AoE damage. Like it's hitting here for 5,652, and it's a critical hit. So forget about the big bada boom damage, and let's focus on what's more important. healing. So when she activates the burst, she also does a
Eyes
one-time
on
heal.
heal.
It scales with attack stat, and we can see it heals the whole party for 6,300 HP. And then she provides continuous healing of 2,948 every 2.4 seconds or so, for a total of 6 times within 16 seconds duration. So overall, with this non-healer focused build, she can provide 24,000 HP for every single teammate. That's plenty enough. And if you're thinking how good she is for generating fanfare with Furina, in this beefy team of characters who have 35k health or more, it's about 12 seconds to reach max fanfare with a non-healer build. But Hu Tao didn't even use her skill, so it could be achieved even faster. And with lower HP teammates, it will be much faster. Heck, if you desperately need it, you can also slap on her healing bonus circlet instead of attack. But I'll talk about this more in the build section. So yeah, she's a really good healer, but that's not her main selling point, because we're here to do some lamenting and plunging.
Lament.
Alright, so basically when Shanyun uses her burst, the team obtains 8 stacks that's shared by everyone, and now anyone can jump really high. And of course, that means they can do a plunge attack. But if you do one plunge attack, you consume 1 stack. In addition, because she summons this Star Wicker mechanism thingy, after a teammate does a plunge attack, this thing will unleash a bit of animal damage. Honestly, it's really small, like it deals here 1,123 damage, and it's mostly there to cause swirls and chip away enemies' elemental aura, which can sometimes be annoying rather than useful. But anyway, in order to plunge deeper into how this burst works, let's talk about it in this next part.
Tänne pitää kävellä.
So, with this huge new mechanic Shanyun provides, there's a couple of things we need to go over. First of all, what's the best way to optimize it? Because if you do this normally, you can see it feels really slow when I'm trying to complete each plunge with Diluc here. However, there is a fix for this. You can dash cancel right before he hits the ground. So like, jump up, do the plunge, and then right before he lands, just quickly press the dash, immediately jump, and repeat this over and over. Like, you can literally see what a massive improvement this is. Because without dash cancel, it takes Diluc 14 seconds to do all 8 plunge attacks. While if you do the dash cancel trick, it's only 8 seconds. And someone might be able to do this even faster. The best part, this can be done with any Claymore character, at least to my knowledge. For polearm users, you'll instead want to do a normal attack cancel right before hitting the ground. So instead of dash, quickly press normal attack and jump again. Although honestly, as someone who's not used to this tech, I just spammed the normal attack before landing, and it also worked for me, at least for now. Now, for all this effort, the damage has to be good, right? Yeah, it's definitely good. Not broken, but great. For example, Diluc's normal plunge deals about 52,338 damage, while with Shanyun's burst, now each plunge hits for 90,000 damage. So that's 74% better damage. And if we involve some good old vaping, now he hits for almost 150k damage. Pretty good, right? Now, you might be wondering, how is he dealing with that extra damage? Well, it all has to do with Shanyun's second passive. In fact, it's the most crucial part of her kit, because basically, when you use up one of those stacks which come from the burst, Shanyun will enhance a plunge attack by providing 200% of her attack as additional damage, which can be up to 9,000 damage. Now, this buffing works in a similar way compared to Shenhe's or Yunjin's damage buffing. So, a character who does the plunge attack, their elemental mastery, critical damage, and elemental damage will be able to further boost this buff that's coming from Shanyun's passive. So, in a nutshell, you want these stats prioritized on anyone who's going to be the plunger in Shanyun's teams. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this buff she provides from her passive will only apply to one enemy per plunge attack. So, for example, you can see Benny Boy doing the plunge on 2 Hilichurls, but only one of them receives 14,000, while the other one is hit with 4,600. So, this means, while this passive is really strong, it's best utilized against a single target. Also, if we go back to Diluc, you'll notice this number 20,955 pop up above. This is known as plunge collision damage, or simply known as plunge in the multipliers. Now, this happens when your character is doing the plunge mid-air and collides with the enemy's hitbox, and it's easiest to achieve it with Claymore characters. But unfortunately, Shanyun does not buff this number in any way, because as you can see, when comparing plunge damage with and without her buff, she only affects the multiplier part called low-high plunge, or basically when the character hits the ground. So, keep this in mind. While the collision plunge is a really nice thing to have, Shanyun will not buff it. And to be a bearer of bad news a bit more, Raiden's burst mode does not benefit from her passive buff. I guess after the whole beta fiasco, I'm not that surprised. But honestly, this combination of Shenyun's burst and passive, which both enable plunging and boosting that type of damage, is amazing. I swear to you, even some of the most random characters can become decent enough to easily 36-star the Abyss. It's crazy, I tell you. And I really want to show you some insane teams. But first, let's quickly go over how to build her. So, it turns out, building this animal Bayonetta is pretty simple. The most important thing you need to do is to make sure she meets her energy requirements, because if there's no burst, you're just gonna lament impact. And starting with her weapons ranking, her signature is absolutely disgusting. It provides for her a great way to regain energy, boosts plunge damage for teammates, and gives her a ton of base attack. But don't whip out your primo gems yet, because she's got a ton of great free-to-play options. Now, you saw me using Oathsworn Eye. I would say this is her best free-to-play and almost second best weapon to go for, because it both helps her solve her energy issues and provides a ton of attack, which empowers her passive, which boosts plunge damage. However, this is an event-exclusive weapon, so as an alternative, Prototype Amber is also great. Yeah, it has HP substat, but in Farina teams, that extra healing from the passive will be great for faster fanfare point generation. Moving over, Skyward Atlas is decent as an attack stat stick, but keep in mind, she does need good amount of energy, and honestly, if you go with just a weapon for buffing purposes, you cannot go wrong with Thrilling Tales. Ah yes, good old TTDS. Massive attack buff for the plunger is never going to hurt. But as for the last catalyst, it's a bit of a special case, because Favonius Codex is actually her best weapon in the entire game, if you're doing world exploration and want to activate her burst as often as possible. I mean, seriously, that's what I'm going to use all the time, and when I go into Abyss, I'll then switch to one of the big boy weapons instead. But Favonius can work really well even there. Now, when it comes to her artifact sets, it's pretty simple. Just go with Viridescent Venereer if there's anybody in the team who can benefit from Resistance Shred, which will be the majority of teams. Otherwise, if you're playing teams like with Xiao, healing 4 sets such as Song of Days Past and Clam sets are great. But if you don't have anything farmed up yet, just go with any 2-piece that provides attack percent or energy recharge. And as for main stats, triple attack is going to be the most common strategy if you're using weapon with energy recharge. Otherwise, go with energy sands. And in some cases, if you want extra healing, you can go with a healing bonus circlet instead. Also, focus on obtaining energy recharge, attack percent, flat attack, and elemental mastery substats. Because, boy oh boy do I still have a lot of work left for me when it comes to my own BB set substats. Now, ideally, you want to go with triple attack main stat, but only do this if you can reach 150 to 200% energy recharge. This will heavily vary from team to team and how you set up the rotations, because sometimes in a team comp like with Xiao, it's literally enough to have 130% ER, which you can get away with it by just having some substats for that. But yeah, that's really all there is to it when it comes to Shenyun's build guide. She is super simple to use and has really strong free-to-play potential thanks to her weapon options. So, we're finally at the fun part of the video. Let's talk about some crazy teams you can build with Shenyun. Starting with Hu Tao, forget everything you knew about the whole debate between C1 or Homa. Because thanks to this Cloud Retainer lady, the best way to play Hu Tao now is by spamming this new combo of N2C jump cancel. So, quickly double press and hold into her attack, which will do her usual charge attack. Then quickly cancel it with a jump, which launches her into the air, and then plunge and cancel the animation by doing another N2C followed by the jump cancel. And you should be able to repeat this up to 5 times. And yeah, this new plunge Hu Tao no longer cares about C1 because now it's really just jump canceling that matters. And look, you can either play her in double Hydro, where Shenyun will boost the Hydro damage with VV set, or just go with one Hydro unit, and set up a Pyro Swole so Hu Tao can deal better personal damage. But I myself prefer double Hydro, because it's just easier to do the vapes, and in a Farina comp, I was able to achieve 120k hits anyway, so it was a lot of fun. Now, we've also got Xiao teams. I know, the guy already plunges. What's the big deal? Well, Shenyun's second passive still works on his plunges. And if you go with a team like Farazan, Xiao, and Farina, he can dish out some serious damage. It's pretty crazy, not gonna lie. Just keep in mind for this comp, you can decide whether you want VV set on Shenyun or go with healer artifacts, because if you go with a VV set, it can still boost Farina's personal damage, which is nothing to scoff at. But get this, there's also a Benny Boy hyper carry team that you can now play. In fact, I would say it's quite busted, and probably one of the best teams I've tried out. But the catch is, you need to enable Bennett's final constellation, and if you do, a team like Farina, Benny, and Shincho will enable Benny to alternate between using his skill and plunge constantly, resulting in some great vape damage, while the hydro damage benefits from VV resistance shred. And look, here's another argument why it's worth activating C6 on Benny. If you do this, now anyone in the team can become a Pyro Plunger. Just slap on them Pyro Goblet, and now you can plunge for some great Pyro damage with some of the most random characters, like Chi-Chi. How about that, huh? It can even be helpful for Diluc, who can infuse Pyro by himself, but since Benny C6 provides extra 15% Pyro damage bonus, it can be super helpful regardless. In fact, the only reason why you wouldn't want to activate C6 on Benny would be either you're a die-hard Eula player who relies on Benny, or maybe you're using it with Keqing or Ayaka and a few others that might not want to get Pyro Infusion. Otherwise, you're not losing out on much. But outside of Bennett teams, I also tried out Taser Comp. It felt nice. Nothing groundbreaking, just good enough. The same could be said for Freeze teams. It kind of felt like just replacing Jean with some extra plunging thrown into the mix. Because really, the biggest teams that come to mind would be the previous ones I've shown. Although I will say Quicken teams, like this one with Keqing, Nahida, and Fischl, actually felt great as well. And while I don't want to spoil too much, but something like Gaming Meltcom felt great as well. But I'll talk about this more in Gaming's guide that's coming out soon. In fact, there's so much going on with Shanyun's comps, and I will most likely release her team comps video in the near future, so you can see best teams ranked and how to play them. Overall, I feel like Shenyun is probably one of the best characters to add into Genshin right now. She revitalizes so many of the old characters, the burst enables plunging that you can now do with anyone, and the teams actually feel fun to play, even if it is a subjective thing to say. However, I do feel like I've spent a lot of time showcasing teams in Furina, and I believe that's because Shenyun feels best when she's with the Hydro Archon. The healing she provides is amazing for generating fanfare, and while the passive buff for plunging is great, it's even better with Furina. And I will say this, I think the days of dreadful C6 Bennett curse are over. Sure, if you looked into this deep enough, you might have already knew it's not a huge deal to activate that constellation, unless you play one of those few characters, but overall, it's funny to see Bennett yet again winning at life, while sucking at luck in the game. Still, Shanyun is an extremely fun character, and yeah, some wacky teams you build might not be extremely good, but they are great regardless. And some of the top teams with Xiao, Hutao, C6 Benny are already amazing. And I think as time goes on, we will discover and refine a lot of teams that will keep Shanyun relevant for a long time. Anyway, hope you found this video useful. Make sure to press that like button and subscribe to my channel. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
I don't know. I'm not sold yet. But there I go. She hold a him. She hold a him.
Star Gaming can actually be a strong damage dealer, but there's a couple of things that need to be understood about him. So in this video, I will showcase to you his C0 potential and which teams and weapons as well as artifacts are best for him. Most importantly, I'll also explain to you the difference between C0 and C6 Gaming and reveal some unique details about him. So let's first take a quick look at Gaming's damage potential. I've equipped him with Mailed Flower Claymore, although there are other decent free-to-play options, while his artifact set is Hunters with attack, pyro damage, as well as crit rate circlet, main stats. And as for his talents, they are all level 9, and for this part of the video, he is Constellation 0. Now starting with his skill, by tapping it, he leaps into the air, and then you can do a special plunge attack, which deals 16,663 damage in a small AoE, and generates 2 particles for him. He also consumes 15% of his HP, but then his first passive restores him small amount of HP up to 4 times, and that's more than enough to fully max out the Hunter's Core set passive, which is nice. Now, basically, if you want to spam the skill, you have to activate his burst, which will initially deal 23,530 damage, restore 30% HP to him, and then this cute Swanee companion will appear. And if you run into him, the skill's cooldown is reset, which means you can do the skill again and then meet back with Swanee once more. And so, at least personally, I was able to do 6 skill plunges over the 12-second period while this burst lasts. So, in a nutshell, this turns him into a 4-star Pyro Xiao, where you can just spam his skill, and just like Xiao, he gains a cool new look, which to me kind of reminds me of those Tron movies. Also, important thing to note, if after completing the skill plunge, Gaming doesn't have more than 50% HP, he will not resummon Swanee. And as you can see, my plunging streak had ended quite early here. Anyway, since you can spam the skill, you can generate more particles, but sadly, it only happens every other skill. So in total, I usually end up collecting 6 particles, which is not a lot if I'm being honest, especially since the burst costs 60. But enough of looking at those sad damage numbers. Gaming excels best when you melt or vape his damage with buffs. And with this melt setup, he actually starts hitting pretty hard. 175k crit from the burst, a couple of skill plunges doing almost 150k damage, and once buffs start to wear off, he can still deliver a couple of strong plunges. One thing to note is that Male Flower finally activates its passive thanks to Gaming causing a reaction. Otherwise, his skill's damage is treated as plunge attack, so it doesn't activate the passive when looking at this part of the description. But moving over to a Vape setup, here, Shanyun, Farina, and Bennett enable Gaming to deal quite big critical hits as well. Although, obviously, this team is putting in a lot more effort buffing this guy up. However, it is nice to see, even with a free-to-play Claymore and C0 build, Gaming can put out some serious damage. Also, you'll notice how he alternates between using skill plunge and regular plunge. Well, it can work nicely as a fast way to keep doing fake damage, without needing to wait for Swanee to come back. Obviously, this is only possible with C6 Bennett, so keep this in mind. So yeah, by himself he hits like a wet noodle, but with the right buffers and teammates, you can push for some really good damage. And on top of that, his second passive allows his plunge skill to deal 20% more damage. But if he's not above 50% HP, then he only gains 20% incoming healing bonus. Still, I've noticed how he barely regains half his energy after using the burst, and that's including the particles he caught from spamming the skill. So while Male Flower is great, with this current build, he only has 110% ER. And for a bit, I am most likely going to switch to ER stance or ER weapon instead, because he does have to carry the team, and that means he heavily depends on his burst. But maybe his teammates can also help with that. Alright, so after some testing, right now his best team comps boil down to exactly 2 variations, Melt and Vape. And maybe later on more archetypes will be discovered, but for now, starting with Vape teams, Benny Boy along with an Animal and Hydro unit will be the core for Gaming. And then of course, make sure there's a few Favonius weapons in the team, while Gaming has at least 140% beyond. But of course, this number depends on the enemies as well as the whole team. Now, unsurprisingly, my favorite Vape team so far is made up of C6 Benny, Shenyun, and Farina. This trio can now enable anyone, especially a Claymore unit, to hit really hard with plunges. And while you may think that Shenyun can be redundant with Gaming, her second passive actually boosts his skill plunge attacks. And as I've shown you earlier, you can even alternate between the regular and skill plunge to capitalize on that vaping. But honestly, it's also enough to just vape with the skill plunge if you don't have or don't want to activate C6 Benny. Moving over, there's also Melt comps. Again, Bennett's buff is quite
Oh shit, I can't do any damage to these buggers.
I haven't really found another good cryo unit who can apply fast enough cryo off field, so Rosaria is the best.
Tässä menee vitu ikuisuus, voi
As
vittu.
long as you can trigger that Pyro Swirl, they are good enough. But obviously, Kazuha and Sugros are great choices, since they can group up the enemies, and AoE attacks coming from the skill plunge become a lot more reliable. Also, make sure to keep an eye on the enemy when they have Cryo Aura, because there is a bit of a delay how fast Rosaria can apply it. So only commit to the skill's plunge animation when they have Cryo on them, which can feel a bit slow, but once you get the hang of the rhythm, it's not that big of a deal. And yeah, that's 2 team archetypes I found fun to use that are also strong. But let's see how good Gaming can get with constellations. Okay, so his C1 is pretty decent. When he meets back with Swanee during the burst, he will now regain 15% of his own HP, and this helps him with maintaining Hunter 4-set critical stacks, speeds up Farina's factor point generation, and if you're using something like Tidal Shadow Claymore, it can trigger its passive as well. Moving over, C2 is going to be useful in teams when he can get overhealed, or when he overheals by himself. So like, if he has continuous healing coming from someone like Shenyun or Kokomi, he can then gain 20% attack buff for 5 seconds. I mean, it's alright. Now, C3 is where he gains a boost in his skill's plunge damage. But C4, in my honest opinion, is his most important constellation when it comes to fixing his energy issues. Restoring 2 energy from each skill's plunge attack when he hits an opponent is pretty big. And despite the fact there's a 0.2 second cooldown, it should be enough to just trigger each time from the skill. And this can end up as 10 to 12 extra energy, which will reduce his energy requirements. Now, C5 improves his burst damage. It's decent enough to look at a bigger number, but it's not as impactful as C3. Finally, C6 is his best upgrade because now his skill's plunge gains 20% critical rate and 40% critical damage. And on top of that, the skill's plunge attack's radius is improved, so that means it becomes easier to hit multiple enemies. Like, to me, this constellation is obviously a huge bait, since it gives a massive boost to Gaming's personal potential. Like, the difference between C0 and C6 is day and night, and sadly, Hoyo has been treating you 4-star characters this way for a long time now. But I would say if he wants to pick up some extra constellations, C4 would be the best stopping point. Although honestly, that's too much primo gems, unless you get lucky or still keep pulling for that featured 5-star. Anyway, let's forget about the constellation shenanigans, and quickly talk about how to build them.
One with nature.
Now, when it comes to his weapon options, few of the best ones that come to mind is the Serpent Spine, especially if it's for flying, or you can also use Red Horn as a stat stick. Other good 5-star stat sticks would be Verdict and Beacon, but R5 Serpent Spine usually ends up about as good, since if you can avoid taking damage from enemies, his skill's HP drain does not remove the stats, and he can dish out some of the best damage with this Claymore. But it's a Battle Pass weapon, so, you know, don't buy it just because. Also, there's Old Springstone if you use ER stance, which can be good. Now, if you're playing Fate teams, Rain Slasher is really good. That extra damage from passive and big elemental mastery boost from substat are quite strong. But as I've said before, if you're having trouble having his burst ready off cooldown, the bonus Claymore is going to be really important for him. In fact, that's the one that I will be using on my own C0 Gaming on my main account, until I can obtain either godlike ER stance or gain a lot of ER substats using something like Serpent Spine. Finally, there's quite a lot of decent reasonably options. Mailed Flower comes to mind first, then there's the Ultimate Overlord Claymore, which recently was awarded from an event, and at worst case scenario,
Miksi mulla liian
also
pitkään
has
tässä?
Tidal Shadow, which does its job pretty well. Now for his artifact sets, hands down, Hunter set is his best slot, but if you don't have it, you could also use Vermilion 4 set. Although that attack buffing does not work well with Shanyun, since she only cares about critical damage, EM, and elemental damage when boosting plunge attacks. Otherwise, you could also use Crimson Witch 4 set as well, but at the end of the day, Hunter 4 set is his most versatile and best artifact loadout. Finally, when it comes to stats, you can see the substat priority here, while attack stance, Pyro Goblet, and critical rate or damage circlet are pretty obvious main stats you can go for. But again, if you struggle with having the burst ready, use Energy Recharge Sands. Otherwise, you could also swap out attack sands with Elemental Mastery for better melt and vape damage. Overall, I think Gaming is a pretty fun unit, and he is able to put out good damage, but only if he can dedicate some strong supports for this cause. Obviously, he will be carrying the teams with his damage, so he does heavily depend on good stats and gear loadout, but the fact that C6 provides him with so much value, not to mention the energy issues that get partially solved by C4, he will just feel a lot more different compared to C0, and the damage performance will be vastly different. So keep an eye on this when watching other showcases. Anyway, hope you found this video useful. Make sure to press the like button and subscribe to my channel. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Mä en kuunnellut mitään, mitä se sanoi. Vittu.
Sampo-teos pyörii mun mielessä koko ajan. Hei, perutaan se.
Lääke oli ihan oikein, mutta ajatus on vähän väärä. Sun pitää saada noi asiat pois ensin sun suusta.
Right here. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge, right now. Emerge.
Voitko jotain tehdä?
Step right up.
Ootko kuullut mitään sitä Honeycombista?
Adorn my night.
Varmasti edelleen kerrotaan. Eiks nyt olisi hyvä hetki laittaa sinne viestiä? Kysyä, että miten se ja Honey voi.
Tää on tosi hyvä idea.
Tää on hyviä ideoita.
Katos, sieltähän se sisko saapuu. Missä ja Mikki kato sitten?
Mä kerron sulle. Voit sä nyt ikästä?
One with wind and cloud.
Kuulostaa nyt jotain ihan liukentää. Joo, joskus toista.
Come on out. Right now. Emerge.
Se totta kai mulla on ikävä Kalle. Mä vaan mokasin vielä pahasti.
Mitä sä sitten teit?
Se on pitkä juttu.
I'm always watching.
Jos sillä tuulella mä jakaisin kerrata sitä, että mä olin sikalla.
The birds come. Here comes the finale.
Voisi lähellä.
Anteeksi sen, että petin sitä Gunnarin kanssa. Sitä tuskin on pelehtynyt minkään vanhuksen kanssa. Joten sä saat ihan varmasti anteeksi, kun et vaan anna periksi.
No ehkä mä laitan sille viestiä.
Pelkkiä vesihahmoi vittu.
Kysy samalla siitä Hannin kappauksesta. Oliko se köytettynä? Oliko siellä suukaupalla?
Kalle,
Mitä se sanoo?
sä haluat tavata mut huomenna.
Siitä se sopu kehittyy. Sä oot tilannut varjelemaan. Enkä mä pidä sit yhtään. Hyvä edittää vaan sinun. Se on ihan hajalla. Ja sille asialle täytyy tehdä. Minä arvostan sua. Haluan huomauttaa, että sinä olet aivan väärässä. Päinvastoin minä yritin auttaa Aaroa. Ja hankin hänelle sen puolin, johon hän oli kovin kiinnostunut. Mitä sä edelleenkään ymmärrä? Ei varja voi ostaa. Niin. Se on kyllä erityistä. Sä oot aivan kujalla. Et suinkaan. Ihan sama. Sä oot kuitenkin mokannut. Sun täytyy korjata sun virheesi. Minä en tee virheitä. Etkö tosiaan? Sun takia vaarina haluaa olla kauppias. Ja se on menettänyt se elämän. No sille ei mahda. Näkemiin. Menehän nyt siitä. Minä en voi auttaa. No sä nimenomaan voit. Vielä ei ole liian myöhäistä pelastaa tilannetta. Sä autat Vaarin kaupan takaisin aloilleen. Ja mä tiedän tasan, et miten. Just mun tuuria, että Mikineksä on palannut takas maisemiin.
Sä oot koko palannut ihan pysyvästi. Mä jotenkin katos silloin aikaa.
En mä tiedä. Ei kyllä toisaalta tiedä mistäkään.
No mut miksei? Poliisimies on voisi olla ihan kiva piiri.
Sitä kuuluu mitään ensi jälkeen.
Tai että sä oot unohtanut kokonaan sut ja miettii vaan eksää sen perhe. Hei venatkaa! Onks Matti jaksanut tehdä kavasti? Ja laivat tulee ohjelma 10.
Huomenta. Sä tietää. Sä et taas kauppaan katsoa. Mä en oo lähdössä mihinkään. Mä oon teidän äiti. Ja sä olet viimeskielä.
Moikka. Just itsekin puhuit.
Joo, kes puhuit. Laila on ihan oikeassa.
Niin joo. Se on myös pitkä, vihainen ja jääräpäinen.
Tää on kyllä.
Ehkä kärsivällisyys tuottaa tulosta.
Mä luulin, että säkään et halua mua teidän elämää.
Sä oot osa sitä joka tapauksessa.
Tiresome challenges.
Mä ymmärrän, että sä oot varmaan tosi vihainen, mutta voisithan se mitenkään ottaa mua samaan välit kuntoon lasten kanssa. Mä en oo nimittäin tällä kertaa lähes mihinkään.
Ding ding ding. Kun nyt se kysymys on, do I wanna pull this bitch or not? Pull this bitch or not? Pull this bitch or not? Kyllä sillä vissiin niin on ihan hyviä komboja pystyy tekemään. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, se on jo C6. Vittu, mitä helvetti. Entäs shang. Vasta C3. Okay. What's the history? Kaksitoista tuli joimia. Eli se on niinku guaranteed. Eiku onko? Se eikö se ollut bannerissa? Niin joo, eli se ei oo guaranteed. Man! Miks tää on näin vaikeeta? Now, how much do I need for both if I want them? 2070. Niin, mutta ehkä ostaa vielä tää siihen päälle. Bonus 110. Ei oo.
An outfit for a banquet. Yes, this one will do.
This one will do. Eihän se tyyliin edes riitä. What the hell? Miinus 600. 140. Ihan sama, vaikka mä ostaisin nämä molemmat, niin se ei silti riitä. No täytyy tyyli ostaa suoraan vaan tää sitten. Save some money maybe. What the hell? Tai sit mä ostan vaan tän. Niin sit mulla on tarpeeksi. Tästä sais kyllä 300. Niin mä voisin periaatteessa ostaa tän. Mut sit Vittu! That's so dumb! That's so dumb! How much do I fucking need in total? $740. Velkkinistä saa 300. Tarvin 440. Eli se olisi tää. Niin se olisi niinku 10 eegis. Jos mä haluan sen. It's not that bad. It's not. $22 days. No, tässä vielä 22 päivää aikaa. I'll think about it maybe. Koska tää outfit on kuitenkin superior to this one. Niin maybe it would be waste of money. Sitten taas only $10 ja mä saisin Primorger. Niissä on niinku silleen niinku plus, miinus on niinku silleen aika hyvä. You know? My brain is telling me just fucking buy it, se on kuitenkin vaan 10 eikös. Fucking fine, I'll do it. So dumb.
Do you think I look good in this outfit?
Vittu, do I? I fucking bought it after fucking thinking about it for way too long. So maybe. Nyt mä ostan Dukin vielä. Fuck it, let's just go at it. 349, mä piti katsoa missä mun pitti meni. $12. Mhm. Gaming. Mhm. 52. Mitä? Mä otin vaan yhden. Mä mietinkin miten vittu, miksi sieltä tulee.
Hi there, I'm Tainari, Forest Watcher of the Avidia Forest. My duty is to preserve both the rainforest's ecosystem and the safety of its visitors. If this is your first time here, I suggest you first peruse the Avidia Forest Survival Guide, paying particular attention to the chapter distinguishing
Can you shut the fuck up?
and poisonous mushrooms.
Voi vittu.
Do you think I look good in this outfit?
Sorry, I just need to adjust the headpiece a little. Almost ready.
Mistä vitusta tää tuli? Onks tää se fonteini? Kyllä kai. Sillä oli se XD. No sit saa joku toi tai tää. Ehkä tää. Vitun tiimari saatana. From Vonia's great sword. Ehkä me nyt mennään päätyyn asti. Ehkä mä saan sen aikaisin, who knows. Oh shit!
What? A cursory change in one's appearance and you barely recognize me. Then let one dispel any doubt. One is in all things unconstrained and unabashed, free to live as one pleases, go where one desires, and journey with whomsoever one wishes. Nevertheless, in light of one's considerable renown, please call me Xian Yun in public.
Okay. I was like, we saw how much money you spend on our ass game. Here's one for you real quick. Hohoja. No, mulla on ainakin yhteen Forstar, jos piti kuseeni. Löytyy pisteet. Noista Clorinda on at the moment aina, joka kiinnostelee, mutta... Misteikin ties ne tiputtaa jonkun sairaan 5-starin. Tämä taitaa kyllä olla se paras sinulle XD. Tuo joku vihreä. Tämä oikein sovi. Näillä mennään. Kyllä se olekaan varmaan mitään muuta kuin ruskean antaa. Ei mikään muu sovi. Onko tämmönen vihreä paska? Maybe this will do. Ehkä tää olisi parempi. Täällä on noin vihreät, kun se on kuitenkin leijuu toi vihreä paska tuossa perseessä. Pääskö hahmojen luona? Shao on jossain täällä liuessa. Ai niin toi pervasive steppo se on jossain tässä. There you are.
Traveler.
What's up, G? He's just as I thought. You stopped short of stepping into the city again.
Being in the city isn't the only way for me to appreciate the lights and beauty of Lanternrite. Look, Liyue Harbor lies just beyond this mountain. As long as I stand at this vantage point, I may freely behold the sights of all the kites slowly ascending into the sky. For me, that is enough.
Alright.
I invited you here because there is something I would like to do.
What is that?
I want to release a shell lantern, and I'd like you to be there for it.
Did you make it yourself?
Yes. I apologize for its crude appearance. I have little skill in that regard.
No! No! It's amazing!
You are very kind, as usual. All right. It's time.
Cinnamon. As the Shao lantern slowly disappears into the tranquil night sky, Shao's expression softens.
Traveler.
Sup, G?
Thank you.
No problem.
Traveler. Thank you.
Miten Ganyu ja Shenhe. Siellä he ovat.
I don't get it.
Get what?
Is something wrong, Shenhe? Tell me. Perhaps I can help.
The color black doesn't get dirty easily.
Niin.
So I thought this outfit would be acceptable to wear to work. But Xiangling told me it was inappropriate.
Kainu, look at all those leaks!
How?
Look at all those leaks!
Probably just meant the outfit isn't suitable for that particular environment and occasion.
Too much leaks!
A festival gathering with friends, a nighttime stroll, or an important banquet. Your outfit is more than appropriate, Shenhe.
So you're saying it's only something I should wear in front of important people?
I suppose that's another way to think of it.
I don't...
Is something wrong?
The color... But...
She brought that for a festival.
So you're saying it...
Gaming and Yip-Tak across the street from the souvenir shop. Se on tossa.
Take it easy.
So, you're still a big fan of winter melon cake then?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you heard everything Paimon was saying, huh?
Of course. She was talking about you. As your father, how could I not listen? Remember back when you were a kid, and you would sit on my shoulders to watch the Wushu dance. On our way back home, you would beg me to buy you some winter melon cake. We would only buy 2 at a time, but before long, we tried the winter melon cake from every vendor that street had to offer. There was also that one time you used your pocket money to treat me. Do you still remember?
Yeah. I remember.
That was the best winter melon cake I ever had.
Let's go back sometime. The shop's still there, and I remember the way. My treat, just like before.
Are you sure?
Why not?
Absolutely.
Sitten Yo-Yo ja Gigi.
Take it easy.
Was she what, Bing Shilling? The fuck, you just spoke Chinese?
Our kite is so high up. Thank you for inviting me, Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo?
I am having a lot of fun.
I'm glad. If you want, we can go fly kites some other time too. The fun doesn't have to end today.
Really?
How about we do it during the day next time? That way we can see the design better. When it flies super high up, it will look exactly like a real finch.
Okay. Can I take this kite to bed with me?
But of course.
So cute. Chi-Ching ja Shan-Yun. Behind the Adventure Guild in Lea Harbor. Sup, Catherine?
Add Astro.
One may have won the kite flying competition, Yuhong, but this prize should truly be reserved for another.
You need
Miksi
not
mä en
be
edes
so
päässyt
humble,
siihen
honored
kilpailuun?
adeptus. Among all the kites,
Se ei edes
yours
ollut.
was quite literally a cut above the rest. Please accept this prize. You deserve it. Besides, I'm quite certain we owe a fair share of the success of this year's lantern rite to you.
If you insist, then one can hardly continue to refuse. However, there is another matter with which one would ask your assistance.
Of course.
One would be much obliged if you could distribute this case of Sunglow tea among the Millilith on duty. The security of the festivities rests entirely on their shoulders, after all. One presumes they could always benefit from something to invigorate their spirits.
Cloud Retainer is so thoughtful and attentive to others' needs. I would expect nothing less of an esteemed adeptus such as herself. Understood. I'll get on that right away.
A fortuitous result indeed. One's tea surplus has hitherto resolved itself.
Chi-Chingillä kyllä laiton kakku. Charlotte at the docks.
Oh, Lantern Rite was simply amazing. I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight. Yep, and happy Lantern Rite to you.
Mountain Shaper ja muu kartta.
Given your present countenance, one presumes you are missing some old friends again.
One cannot help but be reminded of them.
Pray speak. Unburden yourself of these sentiments.
One simply wishes Menogius were alive to witness such peace alongside us. He was so skilled in matters of craftsmanship. Kite-making would scarcely prove to be a test of his capabilities. Were he yet amongst the living, he could have opened a kite stall. One is certain it would have been an establishment rich not only in profit, but also esteem. And if, as in the past, he were unable to involve himself in matters of the mortal realm,
We could sell the kites in his stead. When we finished, we could bring him back wine and partake in drink and good company.
Mooncarver, those are now but fond moments in our memories.
Indeed. The dead are gone, so, as the representatives of the living, let us take in the sights for a bit longer, if just for his sake.
Yeah, speak. No, you fucking don't, so why the fuck would you tell me that? Ehkä jotakuta kiinnostaa, mitä sanottavaa niillä.
Do you want to make a kite together?
Together?
Together!
We can give it a try.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like...
Vai puhuitko sinä minulle, Mr. Vlad? Vladimir Putin.
Do you want to make a kite together?
Together? We can give it a try.
How many gamings did I got? Kotonoista ton Shanglingin, koska Shangling on busted. None. Jos mä rakennan tän pojan. Ehkä mä otan sitten. Gaming. Shanglinghan tulee tänne kauppaan. Se taitaa olla nytkin siellä. Eikö se oli viimeksi, mutta ei joka tapauksessa. Guess I'll take gaming. Jep. Oh. Show you.
Taste it.
This small shit. Juu ei. Saatan tuon ruohon peittää ihan kaiken. Vittu minkä kokoinen. Meillä on kaikki eläimet. Iso kisu, pieni kettu. Vittu. Now where the hell do I put your ass? Mistä vitun soittimen voi laittaa, jos soittaisi nyt vaikka randomilla? Noin kuin pieni. Pieni kauha. kotiin.
This realm is... If you ever...
Astma. Voi vitun Apepsin narvalle. No ihan sama. Mitä mä teen noita kanssa? Oh, Boże. Oliko siinä kaikkea? Taisi olla. Se tujaa mikä jaksaa seuraavaksi vissiin.
Where do you want to go?
Where do you want to go?
If you'd like to see... Support.
I have a something. Anyway, siinä taisi olla Genshinit täällä erää. Sijaa suun. Maybe I don't know what the fuck. No huomenna varmaan Final Fantasy, mutta... Anyway.